All right, everybody. How you doing? It's News Debate. I am Lee. Thank you for joining me right here up at the top of the show. We have a packed house over on Twitter Spaces, people jumping in. Also now over on Stereo. We're live on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate, rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. And you can find all my links over at bit.ly/NEWZ debate. That's bit.ly/news debate. Hey, it is News Debate. Apologies for getting started later. I feel like I start every show like that, but I have several videos picked out because unfortunately there's been yet another school shooting in the United States. There has been yet another less common, but yet another Christian school shooting in the United States. Want to welcome to the show specifically patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporters Ron, Frankie J, and Patrice, as well as Glenn, as well as friend of the show, Better Call Sal, and more recent active participant in the show, Martha. Okay, so we'll get to
Thank
some
you.
base. I'm sorry, was that Patrice? Who was that?
Definitely Patrice.
I thought
But I just wanted to say I didn't appreciate you bringing up my name first, like with a question mark. That should be definitive and with confidence, sir. Just joking.
patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporter Ron?
Yeah, LeBron?
Ron?
Like who is Braun?
My device is far away from my eyes, and I'm like, yes, that looks like Ron's black and white photo. How dare I? How dare I? How dare I? Yes, it's always great to have Ron on the show. And I will ask, let's just start off. Ron, how many Coca-Colas are you into today?
This would be the third, I think.
3. Yeah,
Thank you for
it's
asking.
definitely a 3-day Coca-Cola, or a 3 Coca-Cola day, if not more. Let's get into some really quick details before I play videos. I want to hear people's thoughts on this, and then we can get into some more details. So usually the way this works, I go with our patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporters first, and then we'll go with everybody else. But just to make sure everybody is on the same page, this is from CNN. I'm sharing this over on rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate, as well as twitch.tv/NEWZ debate. The pre-Christmas buzz and serene sense of safety at a Wisconsin private school were shattered when a student pulled out a gun and opened fire, killing 2 people, wounding 6 others, and devastating a bewildered community. Now investigators are digging into how and why the 15-year-old shooter, identified as Natalie Rupnow, we're going to hear the pronunciation of her last name, got the gun used to unleash terror at Abundant Life Christian School, traumatizing some 420 students from kindergarten to the 12th grade. I want to point out the shooter's name is Natalie. This is a young female teenage shooter. It's not the first time, but it usually doesn't happen like this. The police chief of Madison says the motive for the shooting appears to have been a combination of factors, but has not given more details. They're looking at the parents, trying to figure out where the gun came from, the motive. Online posts. There's also a possible manifesto that could be linked to the shooter, but they're still working on that. It's the 83rd school shooting across the United States this year, surpassing 2023 for the most school shootings in a single year since CNN began tracking such incidents back in 2008. This was a K-12 school, so kindergarten through 12th grade. Shortly before 11 a.m., the shooter was inside a study hall classroom with students from mixed grades when she pulled out a handgun, and opened fire, killing a student and a teacher. Their names have not been publicly released. 6 other people were taken to hospitals. 2 students remain in critical condition and have life-threatening injuries. Survivors of the attack, some as young as 7 or 8 years old. And then there's like CNN interviews with like a 7 or 8-year-old. I don't know about that, but that often happens. Okay, that's as much as we'll get into right now. It's News Debate Imler. Let's just go in the order I have it over on my device. Ron, you're first up. What do you think about this?
Sure. I once again, it's what is it? The mindless menace of violence. It's the indiscriminate, sometimes violence. We're going to see it again, and it's become a part of our national narrative. And it's not a question of if it will happen to me, but when will it happen? Now, I don't have any problem with the Second Amendment. I am not telling anyone they should get rid of their guns. But if there are laws that can be passed to eliminate the ability of certain someone's, mainly mentally ill, to have a gun and therefore wreak havoc, let's do that. I know after Sandy Hook, 2000, I think that was 2012, maybe, the Congress wanted to pass a law for just eliminating the number of cartridges or bullets, maybe something that seemed easy and one that hardliners could compromise about. And I remember they did not get it, and someone in that the Senate room or wherever said, how dare you? And it's true. You should feel ashamed they didn't vote for it. It wasn't going to hurt anyone's ability to own guns or defend themselves against a government they're more and more afraid of. I thought it was just sad commentary. And this is a few people, not as many, but it still is just a reminder of how our country is attacked with this mindless menace of violence. Thank you.
Well said, Ron. One of the things that I have disagreed with my party, the Democratic Party, on is something that you just said, is that they often say, I'm not coming for your guns. At a certain point, I think maybe they should start just coming for people's guns, specifically handguns. I always talk about how 3/4 of all homicides in the US are gun homicides, and 3/4 of all gun homicides are handgun homicides. Now, when you have someone on top of a roof for a July 4th parade, I think this happened in a suburb of Chicago in the last year or two, shooting people with an AR-15 like gun, okay, that's not that situation. When you have the Las Vegas shooter killing 50, 60 people from a hotel room with high-powered rifles and bump stocks, that's not that situation. But this is a prime example of, yet again, how dangerous handguns are, how easily concealed they are, even in a school with a child that has a smaller backpack probably than an adult would have. The Virginia Tech shooting, where I believe a Korean exchange student, I apologize if I'm getting these details wrong, killed something like 30 people, just handguns, if memory serves.
Yes, and the song that he would play over and over was Collective Souls. Heaven, let your light shine down. I don't know what it's called, the actual title, but it's something like that.
So we're coming for your guns, and also let's get rid of Collective Soul, I think is what we can agree on.
That's right.
It's called Shine.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yes,
so I
Shine. Thank you,
recognize that
Frankie
song.
J.
Thank you, Frankie. So I can understand, maybe on this, Ron and I disagree, and that's totally fine. But at a certain point, especially certain types of guns, I think we need to start saying we're coming for your guns. We need to start actively preventing people from getting certain types of guns, especially with school shootings, because it's not going to be every time. And they're trying to figure out right now where this gun came from. But if memory serves, a lot of the time, the guns used in school shootings are legal guns. They're owned by the parents, or they were given to the children by the parents who purchased them. And I think that's what happened with the Michigan shooting, where both parents were sentenced to jail after the shooting, and the shooter has survived and has now seen his parents join him in jail. Um, these are legal guns. These are not 3D printed guns. These are not ghost guns. These are not black market gang guns. These are guns people buy. If the Texas church shooting memory in my head is correct, that man had guns, or guns plural, and he should not have had guns. He was someone who should not have been allowed to purchase guns, but he fell through the cracks and was able to. So even the people we know should not have guns are buying them. Parents are buying them. Their kids are sometimes killing the parents and taking the guns. Sometimes the parents, as I think what happened with the Michigan shooting, the dad gave the gun to the kid. We don't know what happened in this specific newest school and newest Christian school shooting. Call me crazy. I bet it's going to turn out something like that. And if it doesn't, the next one will. So once again, let's talk about legal guns. And as a Democrat, I want my party to start saying we are coming for your guns. Not every gun, but this specific gun. I would love for that to be something that some Democrat somewhere says. My guess is they won't. It's News Debate. I'm late. Let's go with Patrice. Then we're going to hear from Frankie J and Glenn. Patrice.
Hello, Lee. Great to be here.
So nice to hear your lovely voice, Patrice.
Well, thank you.
Patrice, you are a speaker, but you've not unmuted yourself. Can you throw in now, or should we go to someone else? I think we should go with someone else. So we're going to go with Frankie J. Then we'll go with Glenn, and me. We'll head back and hear from Patrice. Frankie J., your thoughts.
Hey, everybody. Sorry if my voice is off. I'm terribly sick right now, but I'll be fine.
It's hard to make jokes on a show like this, but the joke is that you've done a little too much celebrating because your Bills beat the mother effing Lions.
Let me say this, Lee. I called it. I said it would be a close 2-score game at most, and it was. It doesn't matter, but that's neither here nor there. But I predicted they would win. Pittsburgh got slaughtered, so I was wrong there. But this whole thing, what bothers me most about this is, first of all, it's a young girl. I don't know. I don't have the stats in front of me or the data to back it up, but typically young girls don't do school shootings, as far as I understand or from what I've heard. Secondly, it's a handgun, which would indicate a few things. It came from home. A parent must have a gun or a pistol permit, allowed to have a handgun. It was obviously, it's not an AK or an assault rifle or anything along those lines. And for me, Lee, and everybody here in the room, I'm not sure how everyone's going to feel. There's a reason why these things happen, and you can't always blame it on the guns. I think parents are becoming unplugged from their students or their children, excuse me. These kids are going into school, small school, large school, medium school, whatever school, and having issues with other students. Mental health plays into it. I don't think there's anybody except a psychopath or a mad person that's going to wake up one day and say, I'm going to go to school and shoot all these people. I think it ramps up to this. So I think once there's more of an investigation, because from what I read, it was on The Guardian. Is that Shannon's like bread and butter? The Guardian.
That's Shannon's favorite website. Well done, Frankie.
Okay,
Frankie J.
well, that's why I went there. And from what I've read, they're not really disclosing too much yet, except the details you've shared. And in my humble opinion, I think once the investigation moves forth a little bit, I think you may find out that there's a little bit more to this specific one with this young lady. I mean, maybe getting online bullied, and girls get it worse than guys sometimes. And she was able to get that gun easily at home, a family member, a friend's family member, whatever, and bring that gun to school. And maybe something triggered her. And I don't mean to say triggered her, but set her off to where that was it. It was go time. And it's sad. It's a tragedy. but I don't agree with people should all have to, get their guns taken away because of these incidents. I think people need to be more responsible with housing their guns in safes and having them locked and not letting kids have access to them. Talk to your kids. Talk to your kids. Get plugged back in.
So I don't
Become
disagree
parents,
with you about making sure guns are safer, and I will certainly walk back my "we're coming for your handguns" sort of proclamation I made a moment ago. With you better have that handgun in a safe, and the ammo is separate, and their kid doesn't have access to the key. Okay, we can talk about that. You're not wrong about that. Generally, that is an issue, but to talk to your kids, how many kids around the United States are bullied? I mean, that's millions of kids. So sometimes there's a kid who clearly was doing some planning like this, and then it happens, and then there's going to be lawsuits. And it's like, wow, they missed it. It was very obvious. I don't know if that's going to be here. It's not every school shooter in the past. I think most of them fly under the radar. So to say, talk to your kids and do all these different things, I don't know how much that helps. What really helps is there's no gun, or that gun is really locked up, like you've been talking about, right? So we can talk about have a bigger role in your student's life, and let's stop bullying and all those things, but that's not going to change. What's really easy to change is you have to lock up your gun, or the gun's not even there, right?
I agree, and I'll end with this. If To my point when I first started talking, this didn't just happen. She had been planning it. She had time to write a manifesto, which takes some time and planning there. So there's something that's going to come out in the investigation that indicates why this happened, when the thought process and planning started, why it started. And I didn't read. I don't think there's enough data yet for me to really formulate a respectable, accurate opinion. So for the most partly on this show, I'd like to just listen unless I know something.
Not a bad plan, but Frankie, thank you very much. Your opinion is valuable. What you have said is not unreasonable. In fact, it's very reasonable, and we hope to hear more from you on today's program. It's News Debate. I am Lee. Someone who is along kind of the same lines as Frankie J. She was in the show a moment ago. She's not here now, but she tweeted, Martha Vasquez, in my opinion, yes, we need more gun protection, but we mustn't ignore the mental health issues surrounding this debate. Two things can be true at once. Three or four things can be true at once when it comes to school shootings. So the states that have stricter gun laws, and more things you have to do when you have a gun, more things you have to do to get a gun, more restrictions on all of that. They have less gun shootings. They have less gun homicides. They have less gun suicides. The data is out there. It's not debatable. You could debate why that is, but the data clearly shows the more gun restrictions you have, the less guns are used to hurt people, both yourself and others. So since that's pretty obvious, let's focus on that. But it's not wrong in theory to also talk about how schools are put together, how students integrate into schools with their teachers, with their fellow students, with their parents. Okay. It does seem weird to me to bring those things up when there's a really easier target, if you will, to use that word, that clearly affects this. But I'm not going to pretend that these are not also important topics to consider. Okay, so we're going to continue going with our patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporters first. Then we'll get to our people waiting in line. We have a message over on stereo, so stay with us over on stereo. We will play your message. As of right now, we have Patrice, we have Glenn, we have Apostate Nate. We wanted to go with Patrice earlier, but she was unable to unmute herself. Patrice, it looks like you're ready now. What are your thoughts?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sounds
Patrice.
great.
Okay. So it's been a long, sad couple of days. I mean, We can get into all the laws and when all of that started. Back to Bush, and we can talk about our thoughts and how our families handle things. I don't know. I mean, I always go back to, regardless of the laws, because I will be the first one to give up my guns. So we can always go back to the laws of our country. But I feel, when we want to talk about feelings, right? So those are cognitive thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. That's how it goes. Ron knows that. It's cognitive thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Could be,
That's,
right, Ron?
that is correct, Patrice.
That is correct. So, I can just speak as a human being and a parent, and I will always go back to this. Can we please raise our children to be responsible, educated in any way, good human beings? I cut that really short. No one can ever tell me, ever. It just will never happen, that when you have a child, and I said this in another show, previous show, you raise your child however you raise your child. But are you up in the middle of the night listening to how they're breathing? Are you home whenever you're home and your children are home? And you hear and see how they're behaving and how they're speaking? I don't care whatever home you believe in. But why are not adults that are making children not taking care of those children? Why? So that's my feeling about it. I mean, I could tell you many, many, many stories. We're not going to do that today. And we can go, and I'm ready for all the laws. I have it all printed out. I have it all in a file. We can go into the laws that I guess have to supersede the irresponsible parents that are having children.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think we're gonna have to have laws supersede irresponsible parents and even parents that I think you could argue are good parents. So many good parents in the United States, I think, don't take the likelihood that their child could steal their gun seriously. Good parents are not always good in every way. I think actually in the United States, being a good parent is mostly not being a bad parent. Being a great parent is not being a bad parent and also being a good parent, right? But just not being a horrible parent, I think, makes you a good parent in the United States. And specifically with guns, as I like to say, because of our cultural baggage, we just have the blinders on. We don't see it. So, Patrice, stay with us. I want to get to a few text messages that people are tweeting over on twitter.com/NEWZ debate. Frankie J says, the laws say we have the right to bear arms if you want to go back to laws. And my reply is, well, they don't say every type of arm, and they don't say without restrictions. The constitutional right to bear arms and have a well-regulated militia, whatever, that is not absolute. We already have case law across the country that qualifies that right, just like the freedom of speech is not absolute. So I think that argument does not make sense. So I have to disagree with you there, Frankie. But I see the point you're trying to make. If we go back to the laws, we have a law that says, well, we have founding documents and then case law afterwards. Reggie, great to have you on the show again. Tweets, one of the biggest problems I see is that no one is truly held accountable and people just want to blame the guns. The gun doesn't just shoot itself. No one blamed the lightsaber when Anakin Skywalker killed the younglings in episode 3. Yeah, that's a bad scene. Good reference, but bad argument. Guns don't kill people, people kill people. I just, if that's your defense for guns, I have nothing to say to you, and I encourage you to be more of a critical thinker. Reggie continues, I guarantee if a parent is held accountable for something like this, they will make it damn near impossible for their gun to be gotten to. Well, Reggie, you're already wrong, because the Minnesota, was it Michigan? The father who gave a gun to his son, and also the mother who I guess was just a bad mom, if you think that's why she got sentenced to jail. They were both convicted in relation to their son committing a school shooting. So no. And then I take that back. Sorry. The gun may not. Okay. So I think the father actually did something responsible the day of the shooting. He called the police, called 911, whatever it was, and said, my gun's missing, and I think it was my son. So I think he got the gun and it was technically his, or maybe he bought the gun and it was for his son, but he had control of the gun, if you will. It wasn't just in his son's room, but clearly the son knew where it was, and the son was able to take it without his father's knowledge. So you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. I think it's important to have consequences for these parents, but it doesn't necessarily change much, because once again, my thesis, because of so much data to back it up, is that we just have blinders in the US for guns. It's our cultural baggage, and we can't see the sky. We can't get out of our own way. It's just something in us. And there's a lot less of that in Canada, and the rest of the developed world, there's damn near none of that. Professor D says gun violence and mental health are major concerns. However, I think indifference is a major factor. Silence is violence, Professor D. Yes, indifference. This is a problem in the United States because we have such cultural baggage with guns. Okay, I think I'm caught up on all those messages. Thanks, guys. Keep sending them. It's Newz Debate. I am Lee. So we're going to go with the full list of patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporters first. Then we'll go back to people who want to speak a second time. Like Ron has his hand up. I know he wants to have a second comment. And then we'll get to people who've been waiting patiently. I appreciate you guys. And if you want to have a stronger voice on the show, I encourage you to support great content that you enjoy on patreon.com/NEWZ debate. Let's check in with Glenn. Then we're going to check in with Apostate Nate. If you guys are not interested in speaking, we'll move right past you, but you guys have become speakers. I assume that means you want to throw in at the very top of the show here. Glenn, who's up in Canada, where there's less of this cultural baggage for guns. What's on your mind?
So, like, I kind of agree with Frankie to an extent, because I think, like, there should be something that where the parents take some sort of responsibility for the issue. And like for me, I would be like, okay, like privacy really isn't a thing. Like, yes, you have it. You can close the door when you're changing. You can close the door when you go to the bathroom. But like your phone isn't just like your possession. If I decide to take your phone and look at your messages, that's entirely up to me to do that. Like whatever. It's like you can't just assume that your 12-year-old's gonna be up to all good all of the time. But at some point, you gotta be like, "Hey, bud, what you been doing?" Because I think a lot of the time that these kids would get caught that are planning it, or the alarm be able to say, "Hey, why is he replying to all these people calling him whatever name that happens to be offending him?" Like you would see that your kid's being bullied online
But that doesn't
if
mean anything about a school shooting. Once again, how many millions of students are bullied online every day, every week, every month, every
tons.
year?
My point is, out of the school shooters, how many okay, what percentage are psychopaths and what percentage are bullies trying to get their payback? Or bullied kids trying to get their payback? Just like really down and out kids.
But once again, how does that differentiate them from other millions upon millions of kids? Do you know what really differentiates them is that they were able to get their hands on guns. That's the big factor.
Yeah, obviously. But I mean, at the same point, like if you're going to have guns, you should have them locked up. But at the same point, like Frankie said, parents should be more involved.
Again, you're not wrong. It just, I'm a little confused why we don't just talk about the giant elephant in the room that has a bunch of guns strapped to it. Like it's just, I
Yeah.
just never, if someone has cancer and they're having trouble getting things paid for by their health insurance, which by the way, which is why Luigi Mangione has become a folk hero in the United States for assassinating the United Healthcare CEO. We don't sit there and think, well, why did you get cancer? Couldn't you have, worked out a little bit more and not smoked and not drank? Well, no, we're thinking about like, well, you have cancer and you're having trouble getting it paid for. So let's make sure you get the health care that you need. It's just as strange to me that we're talking about, yes, important factors, but like the least important factors. If you have cancer and you're having money problems, let's get you money. Let's get those money problems to go out the window and let's get rid of that cancer. I don't know.
Or
If
we
kids are
had a
bringing guns
healthcare.
to school, why are we not focusing on the gun?
Because I think the gun's the last resort issue in the matter. I think there's like 10 issues that happened before the gun ever happened. It's like which came first, the chicken or the egg? And I like to say it was the rooster because there would be no chickens without the rooster, but that's beside the point. Like, yes, the gun is a problem, but like if the kid wasn't getting to the point of wanting to go to the school and shoot a bunch of people and they got help before that, then the gun wouldn't have been a problem. So,
I'm gonna
yes,
try
the gun
my
is a
my
problem.
last attempt here. I truly believe that if kids had easier, which is hard to believe than it is now, but easier access to guns, we would have a lot more school shootings. It has nothing to do with if kids were bullied more or this, that, or the other. There are millions of kids who are miserable and want revenge, want to lash out, whatever it is. Uh, they just don't have the access to guns, or they're afraid to try to steal it. They're afraid to take the gun and kill their parents. That happens sometimes. So just imagine if it was easier for them to get guns, how many more school shootings we would have. So the opposite of that would be how many less school shootings would we have if it was harder for them to get guns. That's a really, really easy to understand. It doesn't involve having to look at your kids' messages, which, by the way, are not going to tell you much of anything unless the message clearly says, "Hey, Tom, don't come to school tomorrow because I'm going to do some shooting." I just, I'm really perplexed why we keep focusing on, to be honest, kind of trivial matters related to the really important matter of less kids with less guns.
Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, I've never owned a gun or shot a gun, so I mean, I don't really have too many issues with guns because I don't deal with them, but I just don't see like kid getting called fat and then showing up to school the next day. I feel like it's just there's a longer road to get there, and having less access to guns, the road would be longer, but there's still a chance that kid's gonna find a gun. Like it's just a longer road,
But
but
I
like
okay, so
really
I
wants
I
to do
guess I have
it.
failed. It seems like most school shooters get the guns from their parents. So if we just accept that for a moment, just hypothetically, 99.9% of school shooters get their guns from their parents. If we make that so much less of a factor, it's not that they're going to find a way to get a gun. It's they're going to have a knife. It's really hard to limit access to knives. Okay, I'll give you that. But you think one kid, one teacher, and the shooter would be dead if that girl had brought a knife to school? Plus all the people that are in the hospital? Let alone something like Columbine, let alone something like Virginia Tech. I mean, I don't know, Glenn. Maybe I'm failing here to get my point across, but did that help you
Oh,
better understand my point of view?
oh, I understood your point. I just felt like taking their side because it seemed like the right thing to do at the time. I was just taking the debate side.
Hindsight's a bitch, Lee. No, it's fine, and I can appreciate the fact that you're someone like me. I don't own a gun. I don't have a lot of access to guns. I've fired guns, but I don't know. It just seems very clear in my mind. I don't mean to belittle your ideas. Please finish if you have anything
Oh,
else you'd like to say.
agree with you. Well, I agreed with your ideas. I was just kind of adding on to them. I agree that there should be less access for kids to the guns because it seems stupid that they have access to guns in the first place. But I'm also saying that the fact that they are stealing guns and they're shooting up schools maybe should alarm people to the other issues that are going on to lead up to the school shootings happening. It's just one of those things. It's like, there's at least 3 or 4 dominoes that have to fall before the school shooting happens. If you could at least you know, stop what the second domino from falling into the third when the fourth one's a school shooting, that seems like a good thing to do, whether the kid has access to a gun or not. Because do you really need more school stabbings either? Like, yes, people aren't dying, but you still don't want that shit either. Like to say I don't want school shootings, so let's just allow them to have school stabbings. Like that's I don't know. But no, I'm done, Lee. You got your point across. I agree with you. I just think there's more that can be done.
Yeah, no, and once again, you're not wrong. Everyone else who's talked about mental health and parental involvement, not wrong. I would just say, look at the elephant in the room that is holding an AK-47, an AR-15, a bunch of handguns, a shotgun, and also a bazooka. Pay attention to that elephant. What you're talking about is, we trade these school shootings for school stabbings. That is something that is harder to address. I think that goes into just kids are terrible. When I was younger, I used to think that adults were better, and then I became an adult and I realized no, adults are just as bad as kids. They just do it differently. So human beings are terrible, and I don't know that we can change that. There's certainly will be differences from country to country and from school district to school district in the same country when it comes to bullying, but I don't think we're going to get rid of bullying. That would be the next step. Mental health would be the next step in the United States, which is also something we have problems with because of our culture, the stigma, because of our shitty healthcare industry. Many reasons why we have not made as much progress on mental health for adults, for kids, for everybody concerned, specifically because of the US, but also because humans are humans. I just think those problems are really, really hard to tackle. So if you say there's a bunch of mountains that you got to climb, Lee, and there's a smaller mountain that has a bigger benefit, climb that one first. And that's what I look at guns as. Mental health is a much taller mountain that is really, really hard to get to the top, to the peak. But it's something we eventually, hopefully, can do. I just think that's a secondary goal. Guns make the most sense to me. It's News Debate. I am late. Okay, let's jump over and hear from Apostate Nate. Then we're going to go back and get a few comments from our Patreon supporters, and then we'll get some comments from our other listeners. Appreciate everybody who's with us. We have a packed house over on Twitter. We got some people over on Stereo. Lots of tweets over on twitter.com/NEWZ debates. Let's go with Apostate Nate. You're still here on the show, right? Let me check. Okay, Apostate Nate is back, but was gone actually when I said that. If Apostate Nate wants to jump in, we'll hear from you. But let's just go back in line then. So let's hear from Ron, who's been waiting patiently. We'll hear from Patrice. Maybe at some point we'll hear from Apostate Nate. Then after that, we're going to hear from Professor D and Better Call Sal and anyone else who was requesting to speak. Ron, give us your updates.
Thank you very much, Lee. I love everyone's shares. And I think that to agree with Patrice, it all comes down, like she said, this one line was like, are you in the room listening to them breathe? Referring to, are you embedded within their lives? Not to the point where you are destroying their autonomy, but to the point where you understand their DNA and where they're going, how their behavior is. I think if you do that, you wouldn't have had Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook was a parent that wanted to be closer to her child that was severely autistic or had Asperger's, I think. And the one thing they agreed on was guns and shooting guns. But within that, within the violence that he had already fantasized, it didn't make a good combination. I think that just parenting in general, because of its middle class dwindling, people need not just their own regular job, they need like a side hustle, maybe even two. So the families they make or create, they're not given any attention to. And so my question is always, when will that, how docile and will the U.S. and the middle class be until there's some kind of protest and revolution to the ways in which we've been unable to sustain financially a good life for ourselves, but also for our families, and to leave something behind. It's a travesty. And within that travesty lies the angst, the anger, the hurt, the sadness, the disappointment of that not occurring. To be able to raise a family on an income, on one job, have a pension, etc., and be financially secure. That's my opinion. So let's get to the root issues, and I hope in my lifetime we find them. That's it.
Yeah, well said, Ron, as always. Once again, I don't disagree that there are other problems that can be alleviated in theory to help with gun violence. Good luck in the United States. Good luck. And I mean that in all earnesty. It's what, there is progress on guns from state to state, from city to city, and then it gets shot down, to use a phrase, by courts or whatever. But we know, we've talked about it on the show before, the states that have stricter gun laws have less gun suicides and less gun homicides. I mean, it works. And it's something we're making progress on. Other things are important as well. I just can't shake the fact that if this gun did come from a parent, which often is the case, so that's my bet until proven otherwise, just imagine if that parent didn't have that gun. Or if that gun was locked up and this 15-year-old girl couldn't have gotten it. It's a lot easier of a solution in my mind than all these other things we're talking about. That's why I emphasize that. And Patrice, yes, back to you. Then we'll start hearing from some of our other listeners and also our messages over on Stereo.
So at this point, we've been at this point numerous times. I want all guns banned in the United States of America because we cannot count on adults to do the right thing, to make the right laws, to make it less than, to limit these mass shootings, which are, there's mass shootings that are not in schools, just like El Paso at the Walmart. I want the guns banned in this country because none of this, none of the rhetoric, none of the talking, none of the this, none of the that, the red flag laws are not federal, background checks are not federal. There's nothing governing in the federal laws for our whole country. So I want them all banned, just like the borders. I want them closed because our country and our government have done a completely disservice to the citizens of our country. They're not protecting our country. Our country is not protected by anyone in government, and you can just pick your person, pick your side, Dems, Republicans, liberals, independents, pick your person. It's atrocious. I just can't even believe that our country is even run like this. It's a disgrace. I'm in
If you
very
travel the world, or if you even meet people in the United States who are from the rest of the world, so not just Mexico, not just Canada, not just England, but like all over the world, um, they sort of see it the same way. If you have these conversations with people from other countries,
and
especially
I do.
specific countries. Yeah, no, I'm just talking about you in general. They
Mhm,
all are very, very like, how does your country work? Because once they get past
mhm,
Hollywood and they get past the glamour and the money, they're
mhm,
like, wow, look at these homeless people who clearly need help. I see the gun
mhm.
violence on the news. Probably they don't experience it when they're going around the US because despite having so much gun violence, if you just go to Chicago, you don't just see a shooting. Most people, right? You got to be unlucky. But it's much more likely than if you go to Berlin or if you go to Sydney
Mhm,
or Tokyo.
mhm,
So
mhm.
that's one of the ways that is actually great to view the United States. And you can do this if you're French or you're from South Africa. But I think it specifically works really well for the United States is how other people view us, and maybe how they view us for our problems. Because if you look at Japan or you look at France and you say American, hey, what are the problems that they deal with? I think you're going to hear a lot of things about freedom, things like that. But if
Mhm,
you ask them about what are the
mhm,
problems that Americans deal with, they're going to talk about like, oh yeah, you guys have crazy shootings. Um, Trump's going to be your
mhm,
president again. You have like ridiculous levels of homelessness. So yes, I agree with you.
and those are all of the things when you travel abroad, for anyone that has traveled abroad, you will hear that straight away. I've had numerous conversations on whether it's a business day or a fun day, from people in numerous countries that feel that they can have a conversation. And the people in different countries will open up to you if they feel that they can, which, for me, I mean, anyone can.
But Patrice, something I want to go back to really quick and then start getting some more voices
That's
here on the show.
exactly
Was what you said about taking like all guns away. There's been a lot of pushback over on Twitter, not unsurprisingly, right? And so that's actually somewhere where I will start to eat my own words because of the country that America is,
No.
because of our cultural baggage, because of the sheer amount of guns here. And likely you could trigger some sort of civil war. I don't advocate for all guns. I advocate for certain guns. And unlike a lot of Democrats that talk about scary guns like the AR-15, I'm talking about handguns. And what you're talking about, I can understand it. And I've said on the show many times, I want to live in a country where your average person does not have the right to own a gun. If I could choose, that's where I'd want to live. I don't think we'll ever get there in the United States. Just like I think it's really difficult to talk about mental health with school shootings because what are we going to do about it? It's the United States. So I just want to throw that out there. That's not my viewpoint. I can respect it. I can completely understand it because I want to live in a country like that. But growing up in the United States, living in the United States my whole life, I just don't see it in the cards. So I don't even go there. So I think that's a point that you could say, well, you're a hypocrite, Lee, because I say about everything else, but I don't say that. And maybe that's fair, but I see a difference there. So I just wanted to point that out. Patrice, stay with us. It's Newz Debate. I'm Lee. Let's start getting to some other voices. We're getting a lot of tweets over there. I'll try to read them as I can, but it works a lot better if you just request to speak over on Twitter rather than me reading tweets all the time. I want to jump over and hear from Honest over on Stereo. She's been waiting very patiently, and she left us 2 voice messages some time ago. Honest, take it away.
Hi, how you doing? Guns law and school shooting. Stricter law prevent death. Yes, stricter law in in a vastment Western countries that has gun legalization, such as Switzerland or Germany, for example. Um, what about that? The law does reduce unnecessary death and scandalous death, as in mass shooting. However, what would reduce even further is the culture, is the mindset. There's a reason why the Germans and the Switzerland are serious about their guns, more serious than the average American.
Yeah, I don't have a chart, but I agree with you. So the question over on Stereo, I have a poll. Stricter gun laws will prevent more deaths, or stricter laws won't help. The stricter laws will prevent more deaths are winning right now with about 2/3 of the vote, something like that. If you go from country to country, America has more guns per capita than any other developed nation in the world. Canada has a lot of guns, but not as much as America. But if we put all the guns per capita in America and Canada, they would handle it better. You know who would handle it even better than that? Germans and the Japanese. And that's funny because Germany tried to take over the world twice. Japan tried to do it once. But their culture has kind of rebounded from that. Our culture really has never rebounded from the Revolutionary War. We weren't trying to take over the world with the Revolutionary War, but boy, did it instill guns into our culture. And I don't ever see that changing. So thank you for that, Honest. We'll hear from you again a little bit later in the show. It's Newz Debate. I am Lee. We're going to start hearing from some more varied voices on the program. Once again, if you want to cut the line and support the program that you enjoy, please support the program over on patreon.com/NEWZ Debate. Great people like Apostate Nate, Frankie J, Better Vibes, Lola, Shannon, Mojo, Sneaky Elbow, Ron, Natasha, Nick, MC Funk, Bjorn, Glenn, and Patrice. Patreon.com/NEWZ debate. Okay, let's do this. Let's do Professor D, then we'll hear from Better Call Sal. And if other people are waiting to raise their hand, go ahead and start raising your hands now. So I'll try to keep the order straight. Professor D, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for waiting. What's on your mind?
Well, number one, here is a sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so this goes back to my initial comment that I left in the chat that yes, I do believe guns are an issue, and I do, but one thing to consider though is indifference, and I have two cases I can pull from that deal with indifference. Now, when I say that society has an indifference, I'm not negating the fact that I'm not trying to say like we should just totally not have gun control, but if you look, and I'm also not trying to apologize for the shooter's behaviors, but there was a story back in I think it was April or March 2024. I followed it quite closely. I don't know if you've ever heard of James and Jennifer Crumley. They had a child named Ethan Crumley who shot up his school. And it was a landmark case because James and Jennifer Crumley were actually put on trial and charged to be complicit in their son's actions and got manslaughter charges.
Was
and
this
at first,
the Michigan couple that I was talking about?
Were you talking about them?
I mentioned them, but I didn't remember their names.
They were from Michigan. Their names was James and Jennifer Crumley. And yes, he shouldn't have got his hands on a gun. Ethan should not have done that. They should have locked it up better. However, when you look into the case, there were so many red flags that his parents just did not. There was no way they could not have known about it. For example, he was texting his parents saying that he was seeing spirits in the house and demons were talking to him while they were off just riding horses, and they got the texts. I believe, don't quote me on this, but it was like they were gone for a weekend and kept getting text messages. No response. Messages were seen. And that was a household where they had guns. Prior to the shooting, the school contacted his parents and said, your son has been writing these writings and drawings that suggest that he wants to carry out a shooting. Essentially contacted the mother, and the mother sent him a text that said no, it was part of that was that he was doing writings and drawings that suggested something, but also he had searched on the school computers.
So just sort of make this a shorter story so we can get to your opinion on it. People can read about this. I could read an article, but yes, it's the mixture of the gun was in the home and the child knew it was there, and then also all of these missed red flags. Absolutely. The list goes on and on. And that's why both parents were sentenced to jail, and their son survived the shooting. So now all three of them are in jail.
Yeah, and just to close out the summary, she sent him a text saying, you need to be more careful, LOL, when looking up guns at school. Now, some argue that they should not have been charged because that opens up the door to charge different people. And no, I don't believe every parent is responsible for a school shooting, but the indifference there is very clear.
Would you say that every parent who has a gun stolen from them or gave their child a gun and then the student used that to commit a school shooting is responsible for it? Because I would say yes.
Well, I live in North Carolina where it's like, there's plenty of people around here, plenty of rednecks who are young who have guns and their parents buy it for them and they don't end up shooting a bunch of people. I don't believe people below the age of 18 should have a gun, but that's a different conversation. I don't necessarily think so. This is a very difficult discussion. That is a good question, and maybe the audience could answer that. Should parents be charged if they bought their son or daughter a gun? But a second instance that I want to talk about, an indifference. I don't know if you're familiar with the case of Randy Stair. Now,
Doesn't ring a bell.
Randy Stair did not shoot up a school, but he did shoot up his father's supermarket. He was 22 at the time. And the reason I bring that up, and even though it's not a school shooting, is that Randy Stair for about a year posted on YouTube explicitly saying that he was going to either shoot his parents or shoot up the supermarket. There were so many YouTube videos of him praising Columbine. I mean, when I say that he explicitly said it, he said that he was going to do it. He showed off his bullets, he showed off his guns. His parents did buy him a gun. But nobody on YouTube, reported it. Now, maybe some did, but I'm just saying that when somebody
I want to point out that Newz Debate, my show, has been banned from YouTube. I had a show where I discussed that Joe Biden had dropped out of the race to have a second term, and Kamala Harris was taking over, and that show got me kicked off YouTube. So just want to point that out.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened. Yet for some reason, Randy was okay to just talk about shooting people and killing people. It's a fascinating case because he also identified with a cartoon character, but that's a different rabbit hole to discuss. But I'm just saying that
let me ask you this, though, Professor D. We would have to do a deep dive on this, and we'd have to say the last 5 years, the last 10 years, last 15 years, whatever. But if we did that and we came up with some reasonable amount of time to go back and look at, I would wager that your average school shooter was not someone who had these major red flags that you're talking about. So it goes back to my main argument here, is that if you have someone who is not clearly dangerous and people just are not paying attention and even ignoring it, it sounds like in some cases, how do you prevent them from becoming a school shooter? You make sure they can't get a gun. So we can talk about all the red flags that have been missed. Once again, the Texas, was a Sutherland Springs shooter. If memory serves, he was dishonorably discharged from, was it the Air Force? So he shouldn't have been able to have a gun. He was involved in domestic violence, so he shouldn't have been able to have a gun. Yet somehow he fell through the cracks, and I think there's a lawsuit, and rightfully so, because he should not have been allowed to buy guns, but he was able to. So that is a bad example of the system not working. But for every Sutherland Springs and for every stories that you have mentioned, I think your average story doesn't have that. Your average story might have, oh, they were a loner or they were bullied. How many millions of people does that describe? And the factor that allowed them to take other people's lives, and often their own, or being killed in a shootout with the cops, is because they had the gun. So once again, I think the gun is the answer. If we can address that issue, it really helps us get past these other problems.
So if I can follow this correctly, you're saying that there are people who have red flags, and because we can't see that they have red flags, we need to take the initiative to
No, I think your average
guns.
people don't have these red flags. Your average people have issues that millions of people have, which are not the ones you've described in those two specific stories.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just not. Can you
Okay,
give like
let
an
me try
example?
one more time, and then we can move over.
What,
So my idea is that, based on my own experience just reading about school shootings, is that your average school shooter is not someone who is texting their parents, I'm going to shoot up the school, and they didn't care. It's not someone who's on YouTube saying, I'm going to shoot up my father's grocery store, and no one seemed to care. It's someone who had issues that you can go back and point to, but by no means would that have indicated at the time that they were going to go and shoot people. So your average person doesn't have these major red flags that are missed or ignored. Your average person had things that millions of people have going on in their lives, and then they had access to a gun and they used it to kill people. If that's the case I'm trying to make here. You don't have to agree with it, but that's the case I'm trying to get out there. And it just hypothetically, if that is the case, it still makes more sense to me to address guns than anything else. Because if you have someone who has issues that maybe would commit a school shooting, or if you have someone who has major red flags that no one is paying attention to and wants to commit some kind of shooting, if they can't get a gun easily, wow, looks like they can't commit the shooting.
They're still gonna look. I hear what you're saying, and I do agree with a lot of what you're saying with that. We probably agree a lot on guns. I'm just saying that those people who don't exhibit red flags, who are just really good at being a chameleon, if they want to kill someone, they're going to do it. Now, again, guns have a more expanded reach than a knife. I'm not one of those people that's just going to sit there and say, well, they'll use a knife, they'll use an arrow. Okay,
you know what?
well, yes.
I will happily trade a United States for school stabbings versus the one we have now. Happily, 100%.
As a closing thought, though, before I let it go to Sal, I still think that indifference is a huge issue, and not just on a lower, but like, for example, when these shootings happen, automatically it polarizes to thoughts and prayers, or it defaults to we need to ban all guns. And then, and to me, there's just so much nuance between the two. It's not just mental health. It's not just guns. And I mean, I don't think there is an easy, well, you're going to say ban guns. Yes, but there's still so many different mitigating factors that I think we need to address as a country. So I guess that's what I have
you're
to
not
say.
wrong. My specific answer is not ban guns, but generally have less handguns specifically. But banning guns would also help. I don't think it's possible in the United States, but it certainly would save a lot of lives. So yeah, as always, Big D, Jesus, Professor D with the big D. Great name. Tripping me up with that name. Great to have you on the show. Stick around with us. We'd love to hear from you again. We're just going to try to keep moving around. So now we're going to hear from Better Call Sal, who's listening from Ireland, to provide a different perspective. Then we're going to go with Patrice and Ron and Frankie J. Please hold me to that order. I wish you could arrange on Twitter Spaces in an order, or like I had a timer to tell you how long people would have their hands up. So we're going to do Patrice, Ron, Frankie J. But first, Better Call Sal. Great to have you from Ireland, as always. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, you might find this strange. Hello to everybody in the room. As an Irish person, I was completely against the Second Amendment. I was, I remember Obama saying that he had one opportunity to get either the gun legislation changed or healthcare, and he chose healthcare, and I think that's well needed. I am a mother of 3, and they have been in school for 23 years. One of them is still in school, in college. And I have never once had to worry about my child getting shot at school. Now, plenty of other things to worry about, but it never once entered my head, sending my kids to school for 24 years, that they would be injured by a gun. On the 13th of March, 1996, a man entered a school in Dunblane in Scotland and shot a teacher and I think it was 15 children, and injured, no, he killed 17 and injured 15 more and shot himself. Within, I would like to say weeks, but I think probably at the time it was months, all handguns in England or in the United Kingdom were banned. All handguns, except for those people that are in gun clubs. And yeah, you can still get illegal guns, but you're going to get them anyway. We have never, we're in Ireland, the IRA had taught us anything. It was, we don't need guns here. We're not even allowed to have fireworks because we blow stuff up. But I don't actually disagree with the Second Amendment. Through Twitter Spaces, I have met a lot of people who have really good reasons for having handguns. And a lot of that is safety. And they're in either, for instance, I know one she's not a single mother, but her husband works away. And she has 3 kids and she carries a handgun because there's a lot of break-ins in her home. Well, not in her home, but there's a lot of break-ins where she is. Her 2 oldest boys, she's brought to the gun range and she's taught them how to use it. She's taught them to be responsible. Her youngest is still too young. So I don't think either a handgun ban or
Really quickly, how old is her youngest? Because I think you were on this show. We heard from an American, was it Nick, on the previous show? He had a 4-year-old boy and a 10-year-old girl, if I remember correctly, and both of his children have handled firearms.
No, that to me is just ridiculous. I actually heard Nick talk, and I had to leave. I think, Lee, I really did. But no, my friend, her 2 boys are, I think, probably 18 and 15, and she's brought both of them to the gun range, and she's taught them to respect the weapon that it is. Now, she's very lucky; they're really good boys. But her youngest was 11 or 12, I think. This will be a couple of years ago now. And I don't have a problem with that. The gun is locked. She changes the code regularly. Here in Ireland, if you have a shotgun, you have to have a secure lockbox with a code, and it has to be attached to the wall so somebody can't come in and just take the lockbox with the gun inside it. And yeah, I mean, yeah, people, I mean, it's the Second Amendment. You're not going to change the Constitution. That is never going to happen in America. It's not going to happen. But Dunblane, it only happened once. We've only ever, in, let's say, the British Isles, Ireland and the UK, it has only happened once. And the laws were changed immediately. No handguns. That's it. No handguns.
I don't remember the exact details, but there was also a mass shooting in Australia in the 90s, and the country basically did the same thing. Now, with Australia, in the past 30 some years since that happened, the amount of guns has steadily re-increased in the country. But in the 90s, there was this huge, we're taking everyone's gun because they had a similar sort of shooting.
They did that in New Zealand as well after the Corpus Christi shooting with the AR-15s, which is a weapon of war. I don't understand why a weapon of war is in domestic hands. I don't get that at all. It simply is
to give a little bit of insight into the gun debate in the United States. So an AR-15 is the model separate from the military. The military is the M16. The AR-15 was the model that was first developed, and it has since become what's the term? It's not restricted anymore. So you have AR-15s that are produced by many different companies. It's sort of like chocolate chip cookies. Like anyone can make chocolate chip cookies and sell them in a store. So I think it's something similar with the AR-15. You'll have many different manufacturers of it. They'll be a little bit different, but they share common attributes. Parts can be interchanged, things like that. The reason the AR-15 is sold and available in the United States is because it's semi-automatic. So that means you pull the trigger once and you get one shot. An M16 originally had some more interesting features than just pull, shoot. But then actually, because they wanted to save ammo and they wanted to make U.S. soldiers more accurate rather than just holding the trigger down, they actually kind of turned the M16 into a semi-auto gun as well. But whatever the case, AR-15s in the United States. So the guy who shot a bunch of people from a rooftop during a July 4th parade a year or two ago, and whenever you hear about an AR-15 in the news that's used in a shooting, it's a semi-automatic gun that has a long barrel and is very accurate and really good at shooting. And yes, it was designed for the military, but those are some of the differences between the M16 and the AR-15.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I mean, even people say, "Oh, well, I'm a hunter." Yeah, you don't need a weapon of war to hunt. You're not going to be able to eat the animal after you've shot it 75 times. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But yes, I absolutely support the Second Amendment. I think you're not going to change it anyway. But as Diablo said, Professor Diablo, sorry, I know him as Diablo, said it's the
D stands for Diablo. Okay, my mind went somewhere else. So Professor Diablo. Okay.
Yeah. There is a mental health crisis. Well, there's a global mental health crisis. And
so let's address that really quickly, because my vote is sort of being washed out by all these other people who kind of disagree with me, which is totally fine. But I am like, focus on the guns, focus on the guns. These other things are important, but Jesus, focus on the guns. So in Ireland, where there's a lot less guns per capita than the United States, let's just make it simple to understand, a lot less guns in Ireland than in the United States. So in Ireland, people still deal with mental health issues. Children are still bullied at school. Maybe their parents don't pay attention to them the way that they should, but you have way less school shootings than we do per capita, most likely, correct?
I've never, ever, ever had a school shooting in Ireland. Never. It has never happened. I have never, in my 50
But how could that
years,
be with all of the cyberbullying that must take place in Ireland and all these kids with red flags? How could they possibly not be shooting each other in school?
Again, this goes back to, I don't care what you call it. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's not socialism. It's just life. We do have an excellent free healthcare service. Two of my children went through that system and did really, really well. I do have one other point to make, and that is the fact that this is in a private school.
Yeah, it was a private Christian school in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And it was kindergarten through 12th grade. So it was, I'm not sure if that's all one building, but the school itself did not have separate locations. All students that could be in public school, so before college, were in the same building. And in the classroom that this shooting took place in, the 15-year-old shooter, identified as a Natalie, so a girl, pulled out a handgun and killed a teacher, a fellow student, herself, I believe. She's dead. I believe she turned the gun on herself, and then several other people were also shot. But in this specific classroom, there were many different ages. Maybe it was a study hall. It was some sort of class where lots of different people were in there. So that is a little confusing to me. If you're thinking that this Natalie targeted her shots to take out specific people, okay, maybe the teacher of that classroom, but I would expect that it would be more in a class with people that this student would have had more daily interactions with, rather than a class full of just random people, as it seems from the entire school. But sorry, go back to you. I just wanted to give that quick summation.
Yeah, the reason I've had a friend, we've been friends for 48 years. I've known since the first day we started school. I've known her. And she emigrated to the US when she got married in 1999. Oh, she actually went before that, but she went in 99. And she, herself and her husband, well, they're quite wealthy. They own 2 bars in Manhattan, so it doesn't hurt them. She has sent all of her children to private Catholic school, because she's a Catholic. They're both Catholics. And for the main reason, just to keep them safe, with the presumption that a private school is much safer than public schools. And this is the second shooting in as many weeks. There was one a couple of weeks ago where two small children were shot. That would have been 83, because this is, I think, is the 84th school shooting this year. And when I say this year, and when they say this year, I think they actually mean since September, since the school year started in September.
Yeah, it could be. I'd have to look that up, because we have like fiscal year, we have school year, we have calendar year, however they mark it up. Yeah.
To the extent that my friend Ruth has sent her boys to a college in Dublin, in Ireland, her twin boys, for 2 reasons: because it's cheaper and it's safer. They're both doing really well, and she was just, I mean, I don't know how many, I was in a space once, and this girl came in, and we just stayed with her, talking to her, because her daughter was in a college and it was under lockdown for 4 hours. And I'm thinking, God, it's such a waste of an education. Now, nothing came of that, but she was still panicking. And Ruth is now really upset that this is actually happening in schools. I do think the mental health issue is a big one. And I don't want to waffle. I can't remember what else I wanted to say.
Just a little bit about the private versus the public schools. So a private school doesn't have to be a Christian school, but also in the US, oftentimes they are, unless it's like a boarding school situation. I think I'm very hard pressed to remember ever hearing about a private school that was not a Christian school or some sort of religious school. But to be fair, if you're just rolling the dice, just off the top of my head, I think probably it's statistically much safer to send your kids to a private Christian school regarding school shootings, because I can only think of 2 right now, and all of the other school shootings, and of course there are other shootings, but all the other school shootings were public schools. So just a little bit of input there.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, I was on the phone to her this morning, and she is just devastated, because it is the second one in as many weeks. And you don't let your kids get anywhere near a gun. They're impulsive, they're reckless, it just baffles me. If you're going to have a gun, I mean, I've seen videos of a kid hiding in the couch and he shot his brother. Because the gun was just sitting on the couch. And like a small kid can't differentiate between what's real and what's fantasy. The second last thing I want to say is that I can't remember who it was that said it, but about the guns don't kill people, people kill people. That's the equivalent to it being the car's fault for your DUI or the spoon's fault for making you fat. And it is a lack of critical thinking. It's just terrifying to me. And my final note that I will end on is that the kids in Sandy Hook would have been freshmen in college this year, which to me is just staggering. Absolutely staggering. Those babies did not need to die. That it just baffles me that Sandy Hook wasn't the end game. It just baffles me. So
yeah, I've talked about it on this show. One of the reasons that I have stopped ever thinking that we're going to get rid of guns in the United States is because of something like Sandy Hook. When that happened, and I know that, was it Connecticut, whatever state it was, They have enacted a little bit of gun reform, but not much. And the U.S. really didn't do much other than thoughts and prayers. So that's when I really started changing my perspective. I don't want our country to become something like Japan anymore, because that's a pipe dream. It's not going to happen. But I think we could have severe restrictions on handguns specifically, and then also maybe some of these other concerns that we're talking about. But yes, Better Call Sal, what was your final thing you wanted to say before I cut you off?
Yeah, the whole Japan thing, you weren't nuked. You didn't have a nuclear bomb dropped on you twice. They have completely reformed everything in that country after that. And yeah, I mean, we do have handguns here in Ireland. I've never seen a handgun, never, once in my life. And we do have handguns, but it's mainly the after effects of the IRA, who went from being terrorists to being drug smugglers because they didn't know anything else but trouble. And even though we do have an army, we are peacekeepers, and we're also neutral. But yeah, I don't know the answer. Like I'm not. I just don't know the answer.
I think it goes back to this. I looked this up on ChatGPT, the largest Scottish school shooting in the 90s. I was like, what was the school shooting? The Dunblane Massacre, as you talked about, 1996. 16 children were killed in a gymnasium, ages 5 and 6, as well as their teacher. The man then committed suicide. Then they had the Firearms Amendment Act of 1997, which effectively banned the private ownership of most handguns in the UK. Let's reset. It's News Debate. I am Lee. Stay with us. Better Call Sal. Always great to have you and hear your perspective from Ireland. This is what we're going to do now. So in the queue, we have Ron, we have Patrice, and we have Frankie J. If Frankie J wants to speak, his hands down now. But if you'd like, you're number 3, Frankie. But I'd like to start getting to some of these videos. We'll hear this one. It's just 2 minutes. And if you're over on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate or rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate, you'll see it. But you can also just get a lot from hearing it. These are just local TV stations. I've been going through a bunch of different reports that have come out in the last several hours, and these are the ones that seem the best and the easiest to digest. Let's hear about the latest school shooting in the United States at Abundant Life Christian School in Wisconsin. It's News Debate. I'm Lee.
Abundant Life Christian School is closed today for students and teachers. Inside, authorities are trying to find out why a 15-year-old student, investigators identified as Natalie Samantha Rupnow, allegedly opened fire, killing a teacher and a fellow student Monday. Police are also looking inside her family home.
Detectives and investigators were out there pulling things from the home, looking at papers and effects. And so hopefully we get an opportunity to analyze some of that and perhaps put a piece together to figure out why this happened.
Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes tells ABC News the girl's parents are cooperating with the investigation. The father is currently being questioned by investigators. Rupnow's mother is believed to be out of town. Police say the 15-year-old took her own life after allegedly firing shots with a handgun at others in the study hall.
Despite this tragedy, they still lost a child, and I'm certain that they have probably more questions than anyone.
The first 911 call came in just before 11 a.m. from a second grader. This father rushed to pick up his children. His daughter's shoes left back at school.
I just heard sobbing, and there was a teacher, and she was screaming like, "Ah, my leg, help!"
Officers entered the school within 4 minutes.
This little girl that they just interviewed, she's literally holding a SpongeBob SquarePants popsicle that has a bite taken out of it while she's being interviewed. I can't agree with this. I think it's the definition of exploitation, but okay. So we just heard that perspective. And then we'll rewind a little bit. They apparently got in very quickly. So touche to the first responders, the police who got there quickly.
Officers entered the school within 4 minutes. They found the shooter had killed 2 people. 6 more were taken to the hospital with injuries. Adler Jean Charles says he was in 6th grade English class when he heard 2 gunshots.
We heard them, and then some people started crying, and then we just waited till the police came.
Police cleared the rest of the school room by room as parents arrived to pick up their children.
There's no better feeling than knowing your kids are safe.
We always send prayers. We always send thoughts. And then when are we going to stop doing that? This is not okay.
And police say the alleged shooter's social media shows an inclination towards neo-Nazi violence as well as a celebration of mass shootings. Jacqueline Lee, ABC News, Madison, Wisconsin.
I gotta say, it's quite surprising to hear that. I'm gonna play stereotypes here. 15-year-old girl was into neo-Nazis and shootings. So maybe some flags here, but once again, just because you have very, very bad political views and you're paying attention to school shootings, how many teenagers does that describe? The answer is a shit ton. But this one recently had a gun, went to school and started shooting people. What's the biggest difference? Well, you know my thoughts on that. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. Really quickly, let's check in with Twitter. Reggie tweets, let's say we as a country give up our Second Amendment rights, then it becomes a what's next situation. Look at England. I've seen videos of people being arrested or fined because of tweets. Give an inch and the government will take a mile. Now, you say that these could be fake videos, and I think that you've sort of answered your own parentheses right there. What I have seen is that in Australia, they have arrested people for things they have just written online, even though they were not violent, because in Australia, you do not have freedom of speech. It's not in their constitution. It's implied, but it's not there, and they don't have it. I think the UK is a different situation. I've never heard of that about the UK, but all we have to do is switch your example to Australia, and it still sort of holds true. I don't think that happens in the United States by having more restrictions on handguns, which is what my suggestion is. But yes, in the US, if we actually start getting rid of the Second Amendment right to just have guns in general, the least of our worries will be the eroding of our other rights, because I think there will actually be a lot of violence around the country. You're a bit right there. You're a bit right there. It's a huge problem in the United States, and that's why I don't advocate for getting rid of the Second Amendment in the United States, because I just don't think it's possible in my lifetime. Maybe further down the road. Reggie also says you'll never get rid of all guns. The gun is the tool. The problem to address is the people. Once again, Ireland and every other advanced nation kind of proves you wrong there. So I'll just let you hopefully develop some more critical thinking skills. But the idea that you'll never get rid of all guns in the United States, that is true. There will always be the black market of guns. And then we apparently have either entirely or somewhat 3D printed Luigi Mangione gun used to kill the United Healthcare CEO. But you're going to stop things like this. This 15-year-old girl would not have 3D printed a gun. She would not have had a black market gun. So Glenn says, yes, the mental health mountain peak is nearly impossible to climb, but if the mental health valley isn't so deep, yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. Martha writes that rather than solely banning guns, there must be a commitment to prevent violent behavior in the first place. Perhaps schools could administer measures such as better security, armed school resource officers, and more efficient threat detection systems. So thank you for bringing up this point, Martha. I forget. Yes, it looks like you're in the discussion. If you'd like to request to speak, we'd love to hear from you. We haven't yet gotten to the, well, don't you want someone with a gun when there's a school shooting? And usually the answer from my fellow liberals, my fellow Democrats, is no. But I break with them. Absolutely. Every school in America should have an armed resource officer either in the building or very close to the building at all times. I absolutely believe that teachers should be allowed to receive training and have a gun on them in school. If I was a teacher, I would want to have a gun. Maybe that's why I'm not a teacher. And I understand some teachers have come on the show and said, Lee, I don't want this. It's a bad idea. But it's the best we can do in the United States. It is not so hard to find stories of people who shoot back and prevent more killing. In this instance, since only 2 people were killed and maybe 6 others are in the hospital, I don't think someone with a gun in the school would have been able to do much, because it doesn't take very long to pull a handgun out of your bag and shoot 8 people and yourself. I don't think here this would have done much, but in that Texas school district where the cops waited outside for more than an hour, or Parkland in Florida where the school resource officer was a coward and fled and then fought it in court and was actually found to not be responsible for being a coward. Those situations could have been made better by someone who was willing to fight back very quickly. Not this one, I don't think. But I agree with conservatives. We need more guns in schools to fight this problem, because Democrats are never going to try, nor will they probably be successful in limiting the amount of guns that kids have access to. So thanks for that comment, Martha. Then Martha continues, even if guns were banned, individuals with malicious intent can still access firearms through illegal means. I think I've already addressed that. Not students. You say the Columbine boys didn't obtain their guns from their parents. I'd have to look that up. I don't know. Let's just assume that's the case. Not every school shooting is people stealing guns from their parents or having guns that their parents gave them, but I think most of them are. Memory serves, most of them are. It's not uncommon. And just think about all the people who'd still be alive if we had stopped that. So you're not going to stop everyone, but you're going to stop a lot of them, maybe more than half. And then Reggie doubles down. A tool is a tool. Don't blame the tool. Blame the people. Once again, I will absolutely, if I can switch to a different universe, the multiverse, and wake up in the United States where we have school stabbings instead of school shootings, great. I'll take it. I will absolutely take it, because those kids, those teachers, they're going to have a fighting chance with a knife. They don't with a gun. And the cops in Texas in that school district, they wouldn't have waited outside for an hour if the guy was killing kids with a knife. I will take that switch every day of the week. All right, it's News Debate. I'm Lee. Thank you guys for waiting so patiently. If you haven't already become a speaker, request to speak over on Twitter Spaces, leave voice messages on stereo. We're going to go with Ron. We're going to go with Patrice. Frankie's hand is not up right now, but if you want to go, Frankie, you'll be number 3. Thank you guys for waiting. Ron, what's on your mind?
Oh, wow. It just seems like what we're dealing with here is quite complicated. There's layers and layers of voices and opinions on this topic that seem to suggest so much, broadens the whole conversation. I still stand at the fact that it's about preventative measures, and that means that we have to be invested as people in our families. We have to get back to a place where we are not acting or we're not acting as if we're narcissists, that we're not being selfless, we're being selfish. We need to understand that if we create a family, that means that your time and every bit of energy besides your work and career should be dedicated to that family and raising of those children, and in a way that teaches them to be good citizens.
How do you enforce that?
How do you enforce that? You do it by osmosis, meaning I used to tag along with my dad. We'd go to the gas station, go to the grocery store. I saw how he taught, how he sorry, losing words, how he treated every one of those instances, to the point that he never even had to tell me to be a nice person. I picked it up from him through osmosis, and with my mother too, but I was mostly a tag along with him. He might have said be nice, but it comes down to that fabric. I mean, life is a clumsily woven fabric, okay? But the strength of that fabric is our immediate families and the love that we provide them. So if you're not anywhere near being a selfless, loving kind of person, please spare us your families and your kids that are going to grow up to be assholes. Just be, just don't procreate. It's that simple. But we can't make people that are assholes not procreate, of course. But I
In
just believe that
fact,
there
what
is so.
what do you think, Ron? In your family, in your group of friends, I think the people I know who have the most kids are probably the people who should have no kids.
Right, and what you see this the attitudes of those parents just being little small reflections in their children, and it's sad to see, sad to hear, because I think it's a travesty, and it's even traumatizing. But they won't see it as that. It's just and maybe to be like that is to be a winner for some of them. That's how it is. You don't ever say you're sorry. You don't. You just don't. You're not kind as you should be. The world is yours, and treat it like that. And the next generation will get there too, even better. Does that make sense?
I think it's a good sentiment. I don't know that it's ever going to lead to anything, especially in the United States. We always have Republicans who are trying to say that the industry, whatever industry it is, can self-regulate, and it never does. And unless Democrats fight them on that, you know, every inch, it just turns into pollution here. People get cancer there, mass corruption here, and then we have to pick up the pieces. So it's not a bad sentiment, but I just don't see it happening in a place like the United States. We have so much
Well,
diversity, we have so much
right.
freedom.
Well, what you have though is you have, like, for instance, my granddaddy or my father's father was the generation that lived through the Great Depression. He never he learned about money through that experience, meaning he didn't take on credit. He paid off his house, paid off his cars. He never had to do without. He always provided for his family. But because of that situation, it informed the rest of his life as if it might happen again. His son, who was given a new car when he turned 16, didn't have that same experience. Therefore, money managing money was a different thing for him, a different experience. And I think we all need to give a lot of gratitude to that great generation that raised many children like my dad, who he was, raised them to be conscious and cognizant of other people's feelings and to do the best thing they could and remain humble. And so we need another great generation. And these generations, even including mine, are lacking in character. They're lacking in they're selfish instead of being selfless, and they're not taking into account what what kind of influence they could be having on their children that's going to be disadvantageous when they become adults. And that's about all I want to say. Thank you.
I guess what this makes me think about, and Bjorn has joined us over on stereo as he's been doing a lot lately. So Bjorn, if you have anything you'd like to say, just go ahead and start talking, and I'll mute myself on stereo. You know how that works. Our regular song and dance. Every once in a while, you have parents who are absolutely blindsided by this. And when their kid commits a school shooting, and still maybe it was completely preventable because they had a gun that they gave the kid, or they had a gun in the house that was not really restricted and hidden and hard to get to. So still their fault perhaps, but they are really surprised and they're saddened, and they express their sadness and remorse to the community, and it's kind of accepted. I can't remember any specific example, my apologies, but I remember more than just one where the parents released, a statement, and, our hearts go out to everyone affected. We are shocked, and we are cooperating, and we want to do as much as we can to help those who are hurting. And then they're not charged, which is becoming more common now. So I guess my question is that even parents who maybe do things that could be considered, once again, my previous example, not bad parents, so automatically good parents, and maybe even great parents because they're not bad, they're good, they're great, and this still happens. So I think that your idea of leading by example and maybe some references to your past are good ones and they're valuable, but um, if you will, the further back in American history that we go in the past, 100 years or whatever, we have a stronger nuclear family. We have a lot more one parent works. And so another parent's, and let's be honest, man works, woman stays at home. Another parent has more one on one time with the kids. The kids always know someone's at home, that sort of a thing. There were still school shootings then. There was not the 24-hour news that we have now, and there was not the internet that we have now, so we remember it differently. But even the Dunblane massacre, which Better Call Sal brought up earlier in the show not too long ago, that was 1996. Columbine was a long time ago. And Columbine, of course, was not the first mass, school shooting in the United States. There's a lot of stuff you go back. It's crazy. If you ever have any spare time, just go back and look at major headlines from the past 100 years. There'll be ridiculous things like some town in Pennsylvania will have like a molasses factory and it will blow up and molasses will just roll down the hill and kill 100 people in the town. Like, could you imagine running from molasses? Like, it's just crazy stuff like that, or just like some
Or
factory in Connecticut exploded in 1912 and killed 70 15-year-old women. Like, it's just crazy. Sorry, who just jumped in?
I just wanted to say, like, in the '70s, there was a girl in California, I think it's San Francisco, that said the reason why she did it was she didn't like Mondays, and that was a song, of course, written by Bob Geldof and the Boomtown Rats. If you ever listen to it, it's okay, not bad.
So this was a school shooter in the 1970s.
A girl, yes. And they
Wow.
asked her why she did it. She said, "I don't like Mondays," and that they made a song about it. It's not a bad song.
I
Early
like that.
'80s.
You're like,
Yeah,
Lee, I know it. I know it's what she said, but I can't get past that melody. That's not a bad song. But
not
it
bad.
just goes to what I was saying though. So, the school shootings are not new. Violence in the US and other places is not new. Um, so improving family structure and paying more attention to your kids is never a bad idea, right? How's it going to happen in the US? Your guess is as good as mine. But even then, it doesn't solve the problem. Not even close to it. So what does? What is the do 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 do? What's the thing that we could change that would stop kids from bringing guns to school? I mean, that's my answer. It's News Debate. I am Lee. Once again, Bjorn is with us over on stereo. He should be able to throw in whenever he'd like. So I have you potted up, I believe. Yes, Patrice, you have been waiting very patiently. What's on your mind?
So if our country is never going to ban guns because we have the Second Amendment, what is the second best? Why can
What is
we
the second
not
best thing? Was that your question?
what is as far as the government, what is the second best thing? Why can we not even pass comprehensive gun laws that would at least, hopefully, cut down on irresponsible gun ownership? What would be what would be uh, the next best thing besides uh, banning guns in our country? Because obviously that's not going to happen in our lifetime. But maybe the victims and the survivors, I don't know, in a century, close, close to a century, will change that Second Amendment. that was created, I don't know, during civil wars and muskets. So what can we do? I get all the stories. I get all the broken stories. I get all of that, but it's not solving anything. How today, starting today, can we advocate to solve irresponsible gun ownership with the citizens, American citizens of the United States? How can we do? I don't want to talk about the gangs. I don't want to talk about the weapons that are um, brought into our country. I don't want to talk about any of that. That's a whole different thing called the borders. But how can we solve as United States American citizens, how for once and for all, how can we solve it with the irresponsible gun ownership in our country? Besides mental health, that's a whole nother thing. We've talked that to death on how you raise how you're brought up and how you raise your family. I want some real concrete answers. I want federal laws. And anyone here can raise their hand and talk to me as a licensed, trained carrier of a gun. So just raise your hand, and if you own a gun, excuse me, if you own a gun and you are trained, licensed, then have a conversation with me, because I will be the first one to give up my guns.
What kind of guns do you have, Patrice? That's interesting. I don't have any guns. I like guns. I like, learning about guns, but I've never owned one.
I have 2 guns. And it was interesting you said on a previous show that I wasn't on. Both my guns are SIGs, and I have a 35 and a 22.
So SIG is the gun that the U.S. military
Manufacturer.
has just it's a new round that's supposed to be
Mhm.
penetrating of like Chinese body armor, because we're now preparing for a war with
Mhm.
China. But you have a
Mhm.
22, like a 22 caliber, like a small caliber rifle.
And a 35 millimeter, and I have them for personal protection. So in Texas, before Abbott um, decided that everybody could open carry, when it was concealed carry, you had to have a license. So first of all, you have to go through, or you should. I, I'll say this first part. You should be going through training, how to handle the gun, how to shoot the gun, all the safety, how to clean it responsibly. Everything's about safety. Everything, if you go to a gun range or a gun store, indoor or outdoor range in Texas, all of these trainers are working, these experts are working at the gun ranges. So you walk in there, you know nothing about guns. You see their whole store on one side, and I mean, it's like Walmart. On the other side is the range. and you can buy a membership. You can talk to them about any of it, and then that is like one whole lobby. And when you walk into that gun range, there are cameras. They walk you in. Everything is put away. Everything is locked. You walk in a hallway. There's more cameras. You walk into where you're going to shoot. There's all these booths. There's probably, I don't know, I'll say like maybe 6 in a room, and there may be 4 separate rooms. All those doors are locked. You cannot get out of you can't
So
just go into another
what
room.
you're
So
describing
it's all
is sensible, responsible gun ownership and also the
yes,
ability to practice and learn about those guns. And even though I'd rather live in a
yes,
country where that's not allowed, that does not bother me in the United States. And in fact, find me a mass shooting where someone stole a gun from one of those ranges. You'll probably find a mass
that's
shooting
right.
where someone went to one of those ranges and used the gun in a responsible way until one day they did not. But I'm not worried about those places as you've described them. They seem to have their shit in order. The problem is that culture, that industry that allows that to take place around this country is this cultural baggage that I'm talking about. That leads to people having guns in their home that are not secure, and their kids talking specifically about school shootings. That people steal them. I'm sorry, the kids steal them. In the case of the Michigan family, I thought I had read that he bought the gun for his son, but maybe I invented that. Whatever the case, the son knew the gun was there and had access to it in the past. I think maybe he had shot it like at one of these ranges or something. And now all three of those people, the mother, the father, and the son, are in jail because the son committed a school shooting. And now we have the most recent school shooting, not only in the United States, but also at a Christian school, which, if memory serves, is the second one I know of at a Christian school, but maybe I'm just not remembering because there's so many. It's so hard to remember. To go back to your original question, what's the thing that we can do? I I would say look at handguns. That specifically would have helped in this situation. I believe it would have helped in the Michigan situation, so many other situations. Does it help with every school shooting? No. Does it help with every mass shooting in the United States? No. But unless someone wants to debate these facts, I believe they're facts. Three-fourths of all homicides in the United States are gun homicides. Three-fourths of all gun homicides are handgun homicides. And actually, it's probably higher than that. When I remember first bringing this up on the show, we've talked about it many times. There's a lot of inconclusive evidence when they do an investigation and they can't exactly tell what kind of gun was used. So if they had 100%, we know the guns that are being used in homicides across the country, it likely would be more than about 75% of gun homicides involve handguns. But from what we understand, about 75% of homicides involve guns. About 75% of gun homicides involve handguns. They're easily concealable. That's what happened. This 15-year-old girl brought a handgun into a study hall, pulled it out of her bag, shot, apparently, if I'm doing the math right, 8 people, killed 2 of them, one a student, one a teacher. Some of the people who were also injured are in critical condition. Others are doing better. The 15-year-old girl then took her own life, and that was a handgun. Virginia Tech, which was the deadliest mass shooting ever for some time when it happened, was like around 30 people. I believe a Korean exchange student with some handguns in multiple locations going
Okay,
around
so
that area.
you are correct. So when you buy a handgun, my handguns are, you know, I mean that's they are low on the total pole. So when you say, I want to buy this handgun, whether you're trained or not, and the responsible thing is that that your trainer looks at you and says, let's start trying this or this. Let's begin with this. People go into the gun shops and they buy that handgun, exactly what you just said. So you go up to the counter, and now you're going to go through a background check. And those background checks can last anywhere from as I was going through my background check, I was talking to the
But really quickly,
manager.
Patrice, because we want to get to some other voices, but to ask about your background check, did you buy this from a gun store, a gun show? How did you buy your guns?
I bought my guns from I bought one from the place where I indoor range where I train.
Okay, so that's probably
And
a
I was
gun seller license. Okay, and the other one?
The other one was from Cabela's.
Okay, so
So they have
that's
a
definitely a
gun
gun seller,
store
yes.
within. Yes.
So
So
I think in all states, I can't tell you this because there's different rules, but if it's Texas, my guess is all states, if you buy from a gun retailer the way that you've just described, one that is a very well-known one and one that's like a range that also sells guns, then yes, even in Texas, it appears there is a check that takes place. But then you have the loopholes. You have private sales. There may even be a gun show loophole where a gun show is not a retailer, but certainly you can just go into a parking lot outside the gun show and pay in cash, and that's a loophole that's always talked about. And then you have people like the Sutherland Springs, Texas church shooter who was not allowed to have guns, but was not put in the registry and was able to buy them anyways. So even the places where you're not supposed to get a gun, the situations I should say where you're not supposed to get a gun, it's not perfect. And then there are just big loopholes. So I'm glad that I'm not worried about you, but I'm glad that when you bought those guns, there was something in place. But my guess is whatever it was and whatever you have to do with your guns at home and how they're stored and stuff, it is probably nothing compared to most of our allies. And some of them, you probably wouldn't even be able to do that. So I think, once again, that is the outlier that America is, and that's the real problem at hand. Stay with us, Patrice. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. We have Princess of Freedom has a request to speak and says that they're from the city where this happened. So I want to get to Princess of Freedom. Stay with us. And then Reggie says, I think I answered your question. You did not. Reggie's talking about gun rights. And I say, where do the gun rights end? Because we were talking with Nick on a very recent show, and he said people could own tanks and missiles and things like that. Because he talked about we have to have military equipment to be able to overthrow the military, as if somehow you're going to be able to overthrow the U.S. military. But okay, he lived what he was saying. He's like, no, we need tanks and stuff. I asked you that question, Reggie, and you did not give me an answer. You gave me a description, not an answer. So, Reggie, according to you, and I know you can't speak right now, so that's fine. Where does it end? Tell me where it ends. And you can be reasonable or unreasonable in that answer, but I just want to know, according to you, where does it end? Now, let's jump over here and hear from Frankie J. Once again, we're going with our patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporters first. And if you want to have a larger voice on the show and participate more actively as a co-host, please support the program at patreon.com/NEWZ debate. Then we're going to hear from Better Call Sal, because you raised your hand when Patrice was specifically asking for someone to give their perspective. And then after that, we're going to hear from Princess of Freedom. So everybody stay together and we'll continue with the show. Yes, Frankie.
All right. So sorry if I sound irritable. I've been sick for a while. My dog just had 2 seizures in the last hour. In any event,
Jesus. Well, feel free to leave the show and go take care of your dog, Frankie.
Well, he's taken care of. And I was listening to the show still while I was handling it. And Patrice, I want you to first and foremost know I respect you and I like you. And the show is called News Debate. But you are saying some very outlandish things, and I'm going to call you out on it. You use very broad statements, ban all guns. Why not?
She said
But
that she said that earlier in the show, and that was
okay.
clearly
Well, I
her
just want to
top
finish.
goal. But then we moved on past that, and we were having more nuanced
Okay.
discussions.
Okay, well, maybe that's where I kind of was handling my dog. But other statements that were brought up tonight on this show and on previous shows, she wants to close the borders completely, yet she wants to have immigration. You can't have it
We're
both
talking
ways.
about guns specifically, Frankie. So
I
let's
know,
talk about
but
that
this
today.
was
But
brought up. No, she brought this up.
Frankie, I don't remember her specifically contradicting herself on the border. She said many times on the show that she's for a very strict border. So I'm going to go ahead and say let's just move on from that one. Let's focus on guns.
Well, she said close the borders. I don't get it. It's and then I'm sitting here going, and if you want to ban all guns or certain guns or whatever, but then you say I know hundreds and hundreds of people back home in Buffalo that have guns, and not one of their children have taken one of those guns and went and did a school shooting because they're responsible.
That
doesn't
mean anything.
It's just, I'm sorry, Lee, I can't handle when there's contradicting statements. It's like,
So
if I
it
was
sounds
to
like
say to
you
you
did miss a few things. Let me try to clear it up for you.
I might have, and
earlier
I'll
in the
just
show,
mute. I'll just mute.
No, it's okay. I want to hear
just-
from you, but let's not go in directions that are not legitimate directions to go into. So earlier in the show,
Okay.
Patrice, she gun restrictioned me and said she's just fine with getting rid of all guns in the United States. And then I said, you know what? That's not what I'm for, because I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Yeah.
But I'd rather live in a country where that was the case. And so I agreed with her that much. Then we
I
started
agree with her
having
there.
more nuanced discussions where she said, yes, even though I own guns, she said a couple different times on the show thus far, I will give up my guns. So she's not contradicting herself. She said specifically, I will be the first person to give up my guns. And now we're talking about what kind of guns, in order to achieve that, would be the easiest ones to give up. My vote goes to handguns, and she owns, I believe, one of those. So it is confusing, maybe if you don't hear all of that, but I have followed it all. It made sense to me. It didn't mean that I agreed with everything that she said, but I don't think it's particularly contradicting itself.
All right, I'll just hush, because it just, to me, it just sounds like it's what's good for me is not good for all.
Well,
But
it's certainly,
again, I
once
didn't
again,
hear.
not that, because she never said that.
Okay,
So
fair enough, and I'll retract the things I said. I was just, the things I did hear, I was like, well, you can't have it both ways. But I'll shut up now. I was handling something here, and my apologies. I never like to disrupt or be ignorant.
no
I
worries.
just
No, you've been very respectful. Let's just get past what was the confusion, and you don't have to agree with what Patrice has said. That's not what I'm asking for at all, but I have not seen much contradiction on that end. And then we're just sending our thoughts and prayers to Frankie J, because he has a nice rescue dog that he has tweeted a photo of in the past. He just recently moved from Buffalo to a different area of New York State. He's really enjoying the move. He just had a great victory with the Bills beating the Lions, and he's a little bit under the weather now. And I'm sorry to hear that your dog is not feeling so well either, but we hope everything works out in the end. And thank you for being here, Frankie. It is great to have you on the show, and you make the show better. Let's hear now from Better Call Sal, and then we're going to check in with Princess of Freedom.
Yeah, I would like to directly address Patrice, because I can hear her distress. And I don't think the Second Amendment will change in your lifetime, but I do think that the kids that are growing up with school shootings happening in their schools, I mean, one example, David Hogg, he has not stopped a day in his life since Parkland. And I think that it's when that generation grows up with the violence and the trauma that they've gone through, I do think something will change in them. I do think that we're seeing a shift away from capitalism. We're seeing a shift away from that American dream, which isn't coming true for everybody anymore. The original dream was, well, I'm going to move to America and I'm going to have a better life and I'm going to own a home. It's just not happening. So, yeah, I heard her distress when she said that. Somebody, please just tell me. I do think there will be change, but it's going to take a couple of generations. I really do. I don't think either you or I will see it in our lifetimes, but I do think it will have to change. Maybe more CEOs have to go because there's more uproar about one man than there is about kids, babies. I mean, all these people who scream and roar about being pro-life don't seem to care about the children in the schools, and that just horrifies me. Um, you, and as Lee said, all it is thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers. That's not going to change anything. And especially the Republican Party, they have to stop funding the NRA. They have to stop the lobbying that happens. And until that does, I can't see anything changing. But I mean, I don't know. But I know that the next generation are pissed off. I mean, all those kids that were at Sandy Hook in Newtown, they're all in college now. They're all going to have opinions. Same with the Parkland. They were slightly older. They're already in college and out the other side by now. They all have opinions. They all now vote. That's the only way that change will happen.
Parkland had a huge repercussion on the United States because several of the survivors became advocates for gun reform.
Yeah.
You have the guy with short hair, and
David Hogg.
Yeah, and then you have the girl with the shaved head. Those are the ones I remember. There's probably even more. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that it's that generation or their kids. I think that's where you will see change. And I mean, I'm not stating that the Second Amendment needs to go away or anything like that. I just think that you need more, as Ron said earlier, you need more responsible adults that are responsible for their children. And again, I've said it before, I think it's in the space. You have to have a license to have a dog, but anyone can have a child. And I think that's the problem too.
Did you say you need a license to have a dog?
But do you not have to have a dog license in America?
Oh my God, the Irish. Wow, the government overreach. You can't just have a dog. So you tell me Frankie J would have to have a license to have his dog in Ireland?
Yeah, I mean, hardly anybody does. But if you're a dog breeder, yeah, you have to have a you have to have. Do you have TV? No, you don't. You have advertising. We have a TV license. With dog licenses, it's illegal to own a cat. Can't own a cat. Cats are protected under Brehon laws.
I gotta tell you, I was getting ready to embrace the Irish reaction to gun violence, and you have your national health care and all these other things. I'm like, hey, this is sounding pretty good. I'm like, nope, no, freedom isn't free, everybody. Down with Ireland. I will not live in a country where you have to have a license to have a cat and dog. Really? I've never heard that before.
No, it's you're not allowed to own a cat. Cats are. It goes back to pagan traditions. I mean, people own cats, but
But you mean like technically you don't own a cat. There's just a cat around you.
Yeah, technically you don't own a cat. Well, technically nobody owns a cat because any cat owner knows that the cat owns them.
Yeah, well, cats, unlike dogs, have never been what's the term? They've never been not civilized. There's a term for when a wild animal becomes an animal that is around humans and is used to them, and they sort of yes, it's never been, thank you, it's never been domesticated. And so when you domesticate an animal, I'm not an expert, but to me it basically means that it doesn't survive on its own anymore. So if all of a sudden there was a post-apocalyptic thing happening and human beings disappeared from the planet, there are some animals that just would not survive after we left, where other animals would kind of go back to other states, or they still exist that way in the wild now, like deer. And one of the animals that would be perfectly fine after human beings disappeared from the planet, as long as they're not locked in a house or something, would be cats, because they've never lost their ability to hunt. They've never lost their ability to be rather self-sufficient. Like, sure, you feed them, but if you have a dog, especially some breeds of dogs, when the human's gone, even if the dog's outside and not on a leash, it's screwed. You tell me a wiener dog is going to go around and hunt, please. But a cat, it's never really been truly domesticated. So, okay, I can see that. But let's just focus on dogs then. So in Ireland, you can own a dog. And in fact, you need a license to own a dog.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've had 6 dogs since I was 16, 17, that were my own. I've never had a license, never had a dog license. But yeah, we've dog licenses, we've TV licenses, we've gun licenses, which you pay for as well. But yeah, that's my handle. I'm Purdy 8 Sal. So my cat's name is Purdy, and the 8 as in figure 8. He will eat me if I drop dead in him. He would eat me. So that's why I'm Purdy 8 Sal. But yeah, we're gone off on a tangent. I want to hear from Princess now.
Yeah, no, sorry. That was just Ireland's not looking so good anymore. And I'm glad we agree that cats would eat you. I think it's been determined that when people pass and their animals are in the house with them, they make the tough choice, and they decide to live. They decide to go on in your honor. Okay, let's hear from Princess over on Twitter Spaces. You are already a speaker. You have your hand up. Thanks for waiting. You said you're where this Christian school is in Wisconsin. Do I understand correctly?
Yes, I live in Wisconsin. I live in Wisconsin, but I grew up in Madison. So Madison, Wisconsin, where the shooting happened, it had actually been my hometown. As a matter of fact, I am actually there right now in Madison because I have a surgery tomorrow. But
okay. Well, best of luck with that. What can you tell us about being in Madison then, now that this has happened there?
Well, first of all, what I will say is I'm pretty sure with 3 dead. Last I heard, there were 3 people dead.
That's the shooter plus a student plus a teacher.
Oh, okay. I just heard 3 dead, so I didn't know the shooter. I didn't know the shooter was killed. Or they killed themselves, rather. That I didn't know. What I do know is, first of all, I don't support a gun ban. I do support restriction. What I will say is the 15-year-old got their gun because their parents left it out. Their parents, it wasn't locked up. It wasn't there, and there should be charges for the parent for mishandling their weapon. And Madison does have some stricter gun laws in how you own a gun. There are requirements. There are I've never owned a gun, so I'm gonna put out right there that I've never actually owned a gun. I do know there is a 3-day for a handgun. Anyway, there is a 3-day period where they will do a background check, and you cannot get your gun for 3 days. As long as you are not a felon or don't have any reason where you can't have a gun. In Madison, they have been more stricter than some other areas around Wisconsin.
Really quickly, Princess, let me read something here from ChatGPT just to get to some facts here. So I'm sharing ChatGPT over on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and also rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. That's my video feed. In Wisconsin, firearm laws are primarily governed at the state level, with local governments having limited authority to enact regulations that are more restrictive. This means that the city of Madison generally cannot implement gun laws that are stricter. Here's what it says. Wisconsin permits the open carry of firearms without a license for individuals who are not prohibited from possessing firearms. So that means you just have it, I guess. But a license is required to carry a loaded handgun within reach inside a vehicle. So if you have a long gun, like a shotgun, I guess you just can carry it wherever you go. You need a license to have a loaded handgun in a vehicle, unless I guess it's in your trunk. It says within reach. To carry a concealed weapon, individuals must obtain a CWL, concealed weapons license, at least 21 years old, and meet specific eligibility criteria. Individuals under 18 are generally prohibited from possessing firearms in the state of Wisconsin, with certain exceptions for supervised activities like hunting. Okay, I'm not against a teenager hunting with their family or firearms training, going to a shooting range. Additionally, individuals convicted of felonies or restraining orders are barred from firearm possession. I think that's pretty standard across the country. And then this is specifically about Madison. While Madison cannot enforce firearm regulations that are more restrictive than state law, it does have specific rules in certain locations. Weapons are prohibited in all City of Madison buildings. State law prohibits carrying firearms on school property, and so that, of course, applies within Madison. So I've not been able to find anything specific about Madison itself. Am I missing something?
Possibly, and I think it actually, a lot of it's because because it started at a state law. When I grew up here, it started in Madison, and I think it did carry over to a lot of what you read is right. You have to have a license.
Well, unless ChatGPT is wrong, which it could be, it says that states in Wisconsin are generally not allowed to do that. So I know that in other states, I have read that, like maybe in California or New York, like New York City will have stricter laws than New York State, but it specifically said that that's not really allowed in Wisconsin.
Well, first of all, I don't think that was always true. True, one thing. Yes, I know ChatGPT has been wrong in a lot of things. They can't enforce a fully stricter law, but they can have some guidelines. They can increase stricter guidelines.
That's fine. Let's not worry about it, because what happened with this girl today in the private school in Wisconsin was clearly not what the law was designed for, but it happened nonetheless because somehow she had access to it. So tell us more. You say you're in the area where this school was. What's your reaction? What are your thoughts? How are people around you reacting to this?
One thing is, is looking at the full story, I actually kind of think that there are other aspects that went on in this thing. The gun, getting a hold of a gun, that's one thing. Whether we could prevent it, whether we couldn't prevent it, that's, there's no real way to know that. You can't go back in time and adjust policy just to see what would have changed. However, what I do know is that the fact they're getting shoved under the rug is okay. I am not. Don't take me the wrong way, and in no way am I justifying what this girl did. However, what she did does highlight an issue that that most people are just throwing under the rug because she did something worse, but she was being bullied by a lot of these people. Now, I don't know if the teacher.
Where have you seen that? I haven't seen that specifically anywhere. So rather than we say that, let's point to a resource and talk about what a resource is reporting.
Hold on, I'll try to find it. But I'm looking up, and this girl was supposedly being bullied at school, and that's what made her snap.
So I have a CNN article that is not very old. I brought it up before the show began, and we've also played at least one video. There was no mentioning of bullying. So once again, until I see that, I'm not going to believe it. But I'll just go out on a limb and say she probably was bullied. I can't imagine someone doing this unless they were bullied. It's not like it's not possible, but usually that's part of the school shooting story, is that they were bullied. But you might have missed this earlier in the show, and that's fine. That's the nature of social audio. But how many millions upon millions of students in the United States are bullied every day, every week, every month, every year at school?
Well, I know.
I don't know that that's something we need to highlight here.
The reason I'm bringing that up is there has been a serious we were talking about this earlier today. That there has been a serious problem with bullying that's not been getting addressed very well in Madison specifically. I've specifically because it seems like despite Madison being a more progressive city, that there seems to be an increase in bullying a lot in our city, and that
You think it's
city, and
an
I feel
increase? I feel like schools generally across the country, I can't say about Madison, they're dealing with bullying more now than they ever have before because they've been getting sued, they've been getting shamed. 20 years ago, schools had no real reason to worry about bullying because all they had to
well,
do was make sure the people around them didn't call the newspaper. But now it's so easy to call the school out on their just disregard of signs that people are getting bullied and doing nothing about it. You really think bullying's getting worse?
it is. Unfortunately, it is, and if you really focus on Twitter, on social media, you can see it. You can't always see it in person because you don't have a recorded history of it, but it goes on just as much in person as it does in social media. Just
I'm
not
not sure
as
that you heard what I said, so I'll try again, and then maybe we'll just have to move on. Bullying has always taken place in all of our lifetimes, and some of us are older than others. So let's just say the last 50 years. Bullying has taken place in schools all over the United States, the world as well, but we'll
Yeah.
just say the United States for the last 50 years. My idea, and I've seen this in the stories that get reported, and we've discussed it on the show, but it's just my opinion. I can't point to any statistics here, is that schools are doing more today to help with bullying than they've ever done before. We're certainly more aware of it and people are talking about it
well,
more, but I heard you say something that it's getting worse in Madison, and it's
it
hard for
was
me to
getting
believe that.
it was getting here's the thing. It was getting better for a while, but recent events actually caused caused an increase in because of a lot of dividing and using opinions to attack people, and that's what I've been seeing in
But
schools.
you said
I've been seeing.
specifically Madison, so how is that
Yes,
different than other
Madison is
places?
one of them. I You gotta understand. I grew up in Madison. I study more of local related things. I don't study it. So when I speak about Madison, this is very well most likely happening in other areas. But it is happening. But I do know for a fact it's happening in Madison. Madison, just hold on. I'm trying to type something at the same time. But we can move
Yeah, now
past
you know
this.
how difficult my job is. Yeah, it's hard to type and do things while you're talking. So no, I feel for you. But okay, so if you can point me to something that talks about this, that would be great. Otherwise, okay, we'll just take your perspective. So what do you think then needs to be done? So as someone who lives in Madison, which is the area where this this Christian school is,
Okay.
where the shooter's dead, a fellow student's dead, a teacher's dead, and 6 other people apparently were injured. Some of them are still in critical condition in the hospital. Others are doing better. We heard from a parent in one of the videos that we played earlier in the show that you may have been on heard. She said, it's always thoughts and prayers, but why don't we actually do something to solve the problem? So what's the problem in Madison? Is it that kids have too easy of an access to guns? That's my vote. Is it
I
that
don't
bullying is
see.
a problem? Is
think
there something else?
I think they're the combination issue, and I've noticed this in every debate I've been in about this, is everybody's focusing on, oh, it's the gun, it's the parent, it's the bullying, and we're all focusing on one issue, just one issue, and the problem is, what if it's not one issue? It's a balance of issues. Are we ever going to get to a point where school shootings just don't happen?
No.
Probably not.
Not in the US,
We
but
will
other
never.
countries have mostly gotten there.
Well,
They don't happen in Ireland
most
with regularity. They don't happen in Tokyo and
now.
Japan regularly.
The one issue and the biggest issue that America faces that other countries won't is the idea of outright banning guns is not going to be effective in America unless you somehow get a huge government control And I don't see that people doing that. I don't see people
Well, you mean it
wanting
wouldn't be
that.
it wouldn't be possible. The government can't ban guns in the United States. There's just too much pushback on that. That's what you mean, right?
Exactly. Yes, I don't feel that it is possible, nor do I feel it is feasible necessarily, because the only way a ban on guns could happen is if somehow you can get rid of all of the guns. But we know that that's impossible. Like, I'm going to use a different thing that is banned. Meth. Meth is banned, but yet
Sorry
people
again.
get
What's banned?
meth, like hard drug. I just used meth as an example.
But you can make meth. It's really hard to make a gun. It's possible, but it's a lot easier to make meth than it is a gun.
There's other drugs too that you could that are not allowed. Some of the drugs, like, I'm trying to think of which drug it
Maybe
is.
maybe it's not a good idea to compare this to drugs, but rather than talking about banning all guns, because I agree
you
with
can make
you,
guns too.
You
can make a gun.
I don't know what you know about making guns, but I can guarantee you it's easier to make meth than it is a gun. So I'll just tell you that we can't go into that direction. But my point is that if you talk about banning guns, you're right. That's not really possible in the United States. It wouldn't happen. And how would that even take place? But there are things that you talked about, restrictions earlier. There are things that you could restrict, specifically handguns. If there were a lot more restrictions on handguns, today's shooting might not have taken place. If there were a lot more restrictions on how you have to have a handgun in your home, if this gun did come from the parents, or if this gun came from someone else, I assume this 15-year-old didn't have her own gun. So wherever she got it, if it had been under lock and key better, that sort of a thing, there wouldn't have been a shooting today.
That is supposed to be that the parent technically from Madison, I would believe, and I don't know if they're going to charge the parent at all.
There's no release of information yet to say that the gun came from the parents. That has not been released, but my guess is it came from the parents. It usually does.
Well, yeah, that's everybody's guess. It's a pretty good guess, because legally she can't get a gun. She could have gotten it illegally. I mean, that happens all the time.
Not a 15-year-old going to a Christian school. She's not buying a gun on the black market.
Oh no, I know. I'm not saying she is. I'm just throwing the hypothetical as to if she did do it. That's all I'm throwing out there. So yeah, most likely she got it from her parents, and in which case that technically the parents should be charged, because there should be no way that a 15-year-old girl should have access to it unsupervised. The girl would either the girl would have to have taken it, and so in order for the parent to, so there's no way that the parent wouldn't have fault in this. Assuming we're all right,
it depends, because this Michigan case of the last couple of years or whatever that we were discussing earlier in the show, that was where one way or the other, the gun did come from the parents, and they also missed a bunch of red flags about their son. The son survived the shooting. The son is in custody. I don't know what his status is, but I know his father and his mother have been found guilty of some crime related to the shooting, and they're now all behind bars. So that's something that's happened, but I don't know that it's a foregone conclusion that will happen here, because that was Michigan. This is Wisconsin. It is certainly where things are headed, but I don't know that this is definitely going to happen. If it is indeed a gun from her parents, it's not so simple to say that it would happen.
We don't know that. I'm not saying that that's what will happen.
It's sort of what I heard from you, so that's fine. We can move on. But
that's what
something that you said earlier. 1 second. Something that you said earlier was that why are we focusing on why are we focusing on one topic when we should talk about all these other things? But you yourself have just said that if she didn't have access to this gun, it would have prevented the shooting. So isn't that what we should be focusing on?
We don't necessarily know that if she but yeah, if she didn't have access to a gun, I wanted to hypothetically, yeah, that would have probably probably would have focused on that would have probably stopped this specific shooting. However, what I'm saying is that a lot of the aspect, I think, that in this case came from the parent. I do think that we need to make sure that these laws, that the laws are that if the parent, that if she got it from their parent,
So
that there are criminal
we're getting away from
charges.
the question I just sent your way. So that's talking about responsibility, and that's after the fact. I don't want to worry about after the fact. I want to talk about before someone brings a gun to school and kills people. So we can talk about mental health, and we did. We can talk about bullying, and we have done that. We can talk about lots of different things, but clearly you don't have a school shooting without a gun. And I believe most school shooters get the guns from their family. Don't quote me on that, but that seems to be the case in my mind. It's not every time, but more often than not. So wouldn't it make sense to focus on the gun? I'm confused why we don't focus on the gun when it comes to things involving guns, pulling the trigger, and killing other human beings.
Well, the problem that you have is the fact that you can't get rid of guns, as we just talked about.
I'm not talking about getting rid of all guns. I'm talking about making it so that teenagers who are in schools cannot get access to their family's guns. Isn't that where we should
Then
be
yes,
talking about? Isn't that what we should be
then yes,
focusing on?
I agree. I agree that the law is strict. That the parents need to make sure that that their kid cannot get access to their gun. The gun, if you have a kid in a house, there needs to be regulation. In many areas there already are laws. I think. Don't quote me on that. I don't know if there are places that actually
There are
strictly
usually
have this.
restrictions on how you're supposed to store your gun. I would have to look that up specifically, but unless it is locked away in a gun safe,
Yeah.
either at a shooting range or in your home, but like literally a safe that you just can't take a hammer to and a screwdriver and break open, you will not solve this problem. It might make it easier to stop some of it if the gun is just under someone's bed or in a drawer somewhere. But if it is very, very strict that it has to be in a gun safe with like a gun lock, so not only locked away, but there's a lock on the trigger and you have to store the ammo somewhere else. If you have those sort of restrictions, or even like some countries, you have to store the gun somewhere else and then go get it when you want to use it, that could stop a lot of school shootings.
And that probably could. I'm not arguing that. That I will say, because one thing we have to ask, we've been talking about a lot about school shooting. One thing we also haven't realized is about some non-school shootings. And I don't want to get off topic at all, but we also have to balance the aspect of what happens when it's not a kid or somebody breaks into your house. And that's where why a lot of people want to have handguns is they're worried about somebody breaking in. That's where we have to ask ourselves, where do we draw this line?
Is there anything specific that you would say you need a handgun for self-defense in your home versus a shotgun or a rifle? Because this 15-year-old girl would not have been able to sneak in a shotgun or a rifle in her backpack into a study hall.
It depends on the shotgun. There are shotguns that can fold, but that's getting off topic.
Your average 95, 99% shotgun would not fit in her backpack. No. So let's talk about that.
Well, but my point is, first of all, if somebody breaks into your house fast, are you gonna always have enough time to get a shotgun loaded? Because you do not want to store a shotgun that is loaded by your bedside. That does not end
So
well.
you think that a handgun is more efficient and better protection for you in your home because it being smaller means that you can reach it and point it at an intruder faster?
In an aspect of self-defense, it is faster to grab a handgun than it is to grab a shotgun. but I do know that you don't want to be the reason you don't want to store a shotgun gun with ammo is, having is if you mess up with the shotgun, that's not good.
But a
People have
shotgun, but you're also going to be more accurate in a home invasion scenario with a shotgun because the rounds are bigger. You have to be better aimed, and you have to be better trained with a handgun.
I get that, but you also have to think about how the house design is too. And I guess it's going to depend on how your house is, because somebody breaking in, they may have a gun of their own. And I'm not suggesting between shotguns could be useful, but you don't necessarily want to have a loaded shotgun by your bedside. I'm going to tell you a scenario about that. My dad used to be an EMT. He responded to this kid was trying to put away a shotgun that was loaded. It was putting it away, didn't touch the trigger, but he bumped it just enough, and the gun fired, shot this 12-year-old in the head.
But that is an unfortunate story that is based on what appears to be an inappropriate design. If you have a safe shotgun, it won't do that, just like if you have a safe handgun, it won't do that. So I fail to see the importance of that very horrible story, but a safe shotgun is safe just like a safe handgun is safe, as in a safe design.
Personally, it's like I have personally, to be honest with you, if you have a small house, you're actually going to be better if you know how to use a knife. Believe it or not, the whole idea of don't bring a knife to a gunfight is not always accurate. Small spaces.
I don't know about that, but I can't believe that to be true at all. I don't know that I'd want a gun in my home, but in my situation, in my home, no. If I had a knife,
if you have a big
I
home,
do not have a big home, so no, I completely disagree with you. In as much as you can disagree with someone, in my home, I would rather have a gun than a knife if there was an intruder. Yeah, so I will have to disagree with you.
I mean, that could also be that I know how to handle a knife too, so probably better. I know how to handle a knife better than I know how to handle a gun.
Compliment. No, I just think that what you're saying does not make any sense at all. I just will have to disagree with you. But Frankie J over on Twitter says less shots from a shotgun, more bullets in a handgun with the clip. That would depend on the model, but certainly reloading a typical shotgun versus reloading a typical gun, or having just the ability to, the gun is unloaded, the shotgun is unloaded, and then loading them, the handgun is superior in that situation. And then Frankie says handguns are more maneuverable. Shotguns are tricky to get around corners. I don't disagree with that. But for your average homeowner, they're not going to be very trained in gun use, especially gun use in very dangerous situations, very tense, emotional situations. 1 second, let me finish. Tense emotional situations. And so being able to shoot a shotgun at a range or to go hunting is different than encountering an intruder in your home. And from the data that I have seen, which I don't have in front of me, so fair, I don't have it. But also just logically, I think that a shotgun would be better for home defense, despite the issues that we just discussed, because it's easier to aim and it's easier to, I mean, a shotgun has a stock, a handgun does not have a stock. So I think it's just a better choice in general. But if someone wants the very quick load, if someone wants the small size, okay, I get it. There are value points to having a handgun in your home versus having a shotgun. And if we're talking about for personal protection outside of the home, I don't imagine someone wants to walk around with the shotgun. So I get that there are differences. I don't think that it's a slam dunk for handguns that all of a sudden shotguns are not usable in the home. And the reason I wanted to talk about this is because I'm not sure if you heard this, Princess, but 3/4 of all homicides in the United States are gun homicides, and 3/4 of all gun homicides are handgun homicides. So if we could get rid of a significant number of handguns in the United States, first off, today's shooting in Wisconsin at the private Christian school would not have happened. it wouldn't stop all shootings, but that would not have happened. The Virginia Tech shooting would not have happened the way that it happened. Most people in the United States, if they're shot, they're going to be shot with a handgun. If they shoot someone else, including themselves, with like a suicide situation, it's going to be with a handgun. So while handguns offer certain advantages, don't get me wrong, if they didn't, they wouldn't exist. If we can move past that, and especially for situations where a handgun might not be ideal, and try to convince people of, if that's the actual case, that is the truth of the matter, and we can move away from so many handguns in the United States, we would have a much safer country, in my opinion.
I think in order for you to achieve that, you can't do a ban because well, people are not gonna support a ban, and unfortunately, I will say that when we're talking about school shooting, and then we're talking about other shooting, like shooting that are not school shooting related, not where a kid gets access, but a legit above age criminal. Often or not, those guns are obtained illegally.
Show
In
me some
Madison,
statistics. I feel like you're just saying things. Show me some statistics and I'll believe it. There are a lot more legal guns out there than people realize. It's not as if there's this huge black market for guns, and anywhere you want a black market gun, you just go to a parking lot and offer someone cash. I don't think that is true. So if we want to talk about that, let's have some statistics and read from some reputable news sources rather than just talk about that willy-nilly, which is what my opinion is of what's going on right now. Frankie J says, I have what's called a tactical shotgun. It has a shorter barrel, double barrel 12 gauge. The good thing is getting around obstacles and shooting it. You have a wider spray of pellets from the shell, and it will shoot through walls. That's what I was talking about. For home defense, I think a shotgun in most ways is preferable. What you said, Princess, is true. The size is a big difference, but I think the value overall is with the shotgun. That's my opinion, but I'm not going to say that I'm every person.
Yeah, I personally have a different opinion, and I also have the aspect of my I have a personal problem with shotgun, and the fact that I know somebody who was caught in a crossfire because of a shotgun because like the design where they spread, this person was hit by one that spread by a part of the. Okay, I don't know the terms. What are those things that call when the shotgun shoots off? Those pieces that break off that make it so widespread?
I have no idea. I'm sorry you have this experience, but I'm trying to find things on the use of legal versus illegal guns. Clearly, a lot of illegal guns are used in crime, but the definition of a legal gun is not as straightforward as someone might think. So an illegal gun could mean they stole it from someone that's purchased it legally. It could just be bought on the black market. So maybe whether or not it was purchased legally at first or it entered the country illegally, it's gone through multiple hands. So it's not just like you stole it from someone's house or you beat up a cop and took their gun. It's a black market purchase. So it's kind of off the records. You have straw purchases. That's someone who buys a gun for someone who can't buy one. So they're buying the gun, but then they give it to someone else. That still counts as an illegal gun. And then taking the gun from family or friends. So if you include all of those different illegal guns, then the majority of crime that is committed is with an illegal gun. But it does not mean that they bought it from some guy in a parking lot, and that's what it means. So that's what I was trying to get to. I'm trying to find the exact statistics, but a lot of guns were purchased legally. They just not used by the person who should be using them.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm getting at, because you're not going to get rid of guns in the U.S. It's just not feasible. It's just,
but I don't think you heard me. So let me say it again. So if someone buys a gun for someone and gives it to them, but they buy it legally, if you make it harder for them to buy that gun legally, you can stop that gun. If you have someone who bought the gun legally and then it's stolen from them, but it's harder for them to buy the gun, you can stop that theft. If someone steals the gun from family or friends, which often happens with school shootings, and they can't get that gun because it's harder to get it, you can stop that school shooting. So no, I don't
But
agree with you at all.
what you're talking about, what you're suggesting is something that, we want to make it hard to get these guns. We don't want to make it impossible because there will be too many people pissed off, and the guns are still technically out there because people aren't just going to go and turn all of their guns in. They're just
But you're mistaking making it harder to purchase a certain type of gun, like I've been saying a handgun, versus taking handguns that are already out there. Those are very different things. So please don't confuse those two things. One is making it harder to buy new guns, making it harder for current owners to sell those guns to other people, and making it harder for gun companies to make new guns, because why would they make them if it's hard for them to sell them? So basically you kind of get rid of the industry for that specific type of gun. But you don't take away the guns that people own. That's a completely different situation. I believe that's what happened in Australia. We've talked about that on the show. They had a big shooting in the 90s. We already heard from Better Call Sal. One second. We already heard from Better Call Sal earlier in the show about a big, really, really unfortunate school shooting in Ireland in the 1990s. And they may also have taken people's guns away in addition to making it more difficult to buy them. But do not conflate those two things. Those are completely different. Taking guns from people and making it harder to buy certain types of guns are not the same thing.
Okay, but also making it harder versus making it impossible are also two different things. And I guess I don't know where you're getting at when you say make it harder. In what way do you think make it harder? Because I do support background checks. I do support the 3-day wait period. And one thing I will tell you, in a shooting that happened a long time ago, I don't remember how long ago, it happened within my lifetime, this one person had a police encounter where this person was proven to have a mental health problem, and they took one of their guns. They took this person's gun away at the time, but somehow this should not have happened. This person was able to go in and buy a new gun. This person shouldn't have been allowed to buy a new gun.
So what you're talking about are apparently cracks in the system. So there was a shooter that shot up a church in Texas who was not supposed to be able to buy a gun, but he bought, I believe, a couple of guns, at least one, and killed people at a church in Texas. So you're talking about, we even have rules on the books, but they don't work because for many, many different reasons.
Yes, and that's unfortunate that we do need to be more stricter. And we do need to be more stricter in this because you put the law, the problem that we have in a lot of areas, we put the law out there, but when it's not followed, it doesn't matter. You can do all this.
What I would say, and what I think this is going to point to, I'm over on ChatGPT again, is that while we certainly need to do a better job of enforcing the laws that we do have, there's still nothing compared to almost every other rich first world country, developed nation. So for instance, in the United States, I asked ChatGPT specifically for handguns. Gun ownership, constitutional under the Second Amendment. Federal laws require background checks or purchases from licensed dealers, like we talked about earlier in the show that you may have missed. But private sales in many states do not require checks. That's not us not paying attention to the law. That's that private sales in many places, you don't have to have a background check. Licensing and registration are not universally mandated. The rules rather vary by state. Open and concealed carry are permitted in most states, but not all, often with minimal training requirements. Remember that minimal part, because the rest of the world is not like that. Countries with stricter laws like the UK, Japan, and Australia. Ownership for handguns is typically treated as a privilege rather than a right. You must often prove a legitimate reason, like hunting, sports shooting, to possess a firearm. I guess in this instance, we would say I live in a place that I feel like I need to be protected at home. Rigorous background checks are required. Rigorous background checks, often including criminal history, mental health evaluation, and references. That's not the case in the United States anywhere. Licenses are mandatory and often involve extensive training and certification. Emphasis on extensive training and certification. So it's not just that sometimes we don't follow our own rules. Even if we did, it pales in comparison to other countries that we are aligned with, that are our strong allies, and realize you should not let your average person just walk around willy-nilly with a handgun. Let's reset. It's News Debate. I am Lee. If anyone else would like to speak, we're at the point in the show I think we'll just take anybody right now. Princess and I are having a discussion. We have a lot of people over on stereo. Leave some voice messages. Raise your hand over on Twitter Spaces if you'd like to say something. Stay with me, Princess. I'm going to get to a few messages over on stereo. We are going to hear from Jenna. Jenna over on stereo. Take it away. For some reason, I can't get that working. Let me try that again. Okay, let me try that again. We'll hear from Jenna on stereo.
Gun laws and school shootings. Well, here's the deal. People who shoot up schools are criminals. They're doing something against the law, right? So, and people who are misusing guns and killing each other, they're doing it, against the law. So more laws just make more rules and things for the criminals to break. And all it does is restrict law-abiding citizens. Yeah, just saying.
So that's a false narrative. It is true that your average gun owner in the United States, even your average handgun owner in the United States, is not going to shoot someone, a la a grocery store shooting, school shooting, something like that. Even just like a scorned lover, you come home and your wife's banging somebody, your husband's banging somebody on the side. Your average person's not going to do that, right? But the type of laws I'm talking about that I can't write about in the poll over on stereo, there's only so many words you can fit in there, are like you have to have your gun in a gun safe. You have to have a lock on the trigger. You have to store your gun in a different spot than you store your ammo. Those sort of ideas that could have stopped today's school shooting most likely. It certainly could have stopped many school shootings in the past however many years in the United States, because usually the school shooter gets the gun from their parents or another family member. Those are the ones I'm talking about in general. But if we want to start talking about just limiting guns in America and certain types of guns or just overall guns, we can have that specific discussion. But once again, while that does affect your average person who does not want that because they want to have their gun and they're probably not going to commit a crime with it, less guns statistically means less gun deaths. You might not like it, but it's a fact. So if you look at the states in the United States that have the most gun restrictions, they have the least gun deaths per capita. And that means in crime and also suicide. You are less likely to commit suicide in a state with more gun restrictions than a state that has less with a gun. So we are saving people's lives any way that you can think about it. Countries that have more restrictions on guns have less gun deaths. Wow. Who would have thought? So I understand it is hurting people who are responsible gun owners, but that's how all laws work. There are people who own very expensive, high performance cars and are very good drivers. They could probably speed and be safer than my car. I don't have a very good car. I think I'm an okay driver. I'm not a performance driver. I don't have a performance car. But we say you can't speed based on your car. We say you just can't speed. That's how it works. It holds other people back, but it's about safety. So I get the point you're making, but I don't agree with it in general. Let's hear one more from the same person, and then maybe we'll jump over here to stereo and hear, rather to Twitter Spaces and hear more people live.
I think anyone who thinks there should be more gun control laws should not be allowed to own guns.
So that's just a funny throwaway comment, but that's literally revenge. So I don't see a lot of value in that, but okay, fun comments. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. Yes, Frankie, your hand is up. What do you think?
Real quick, because I'm certain you know who I am, and when I make a mistake, I own it. I hope you know that by now. I wanted to just publicly apologize to Patrice. I wasn't trying to jump on her for anything I said. I missed a lot of the conversation, obviously, and I just wanted to send my apology. No excuses. I own it, and I hope she forgives me. Thank you.
No worries, Frankie. I can't say what Patrice thinks, but you came in and said some things that I just thought didn't make sense. I tried to fill in the blanks for you. Eventually, you seemed to understand the situation, and I thought you were very appropriate in the way you handled it, and I appreciate the apology now. I'm not sure if it was needed. I'm not sure what you and Patrice have been saying that I'm not aware of, but I appreciate it nonetheless, and you're always welcome here on the show. So thank you, Frankie. And once again, congratulations on those Buffalo Bills. Go Bills. Son of a bitch. You guys beat the Lions. Oh yeah. Now the Lions, they were very beat up. They're really, really injury ridden right now. And their coach, Dan Campbell, I like the live by the sword, die by the sword situation. That he goes for it on fourth downs and he makes all these weird decisions that sometimes work out. But when you kick an onside kick, was there 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter, 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter? The chances of you recovering that are basically nil. And of course they did not. And then the fact that I think they lost by 6 points, so a little less than a touchdown plus the point after. It's very easy to see that if they hadn't done that, because then the Bills ended up with the ball on like the 5-yard line or something and then scored thereafter, maybe the game would have gone a different way. Maybe that's not fair to the Bills, but at the same time, you're like, Jesus Christ, like, reel it in a little bit. Motor City Dan Gamble. I don't know. Yes. Is this Princess? Your hand is up.
Hello, I just wanted to say, because you were talking about the Lions, I just want to know if they were ever going to tell the truth.
There it is, everybody. The Lions. Well, the
Because
truth
they're
is,
always lying.
Yeah, the Lions, even though they just lost, this is the first loss they've had since week 1. They have a lot of injuries, and so for a team that's really banged up, they are still very good. And if we say that, oh, this shows who they are because they lost to the Bills, well, the week prior to that, the Bills lost to the Rams. So I think every team can kind of get a mulligan week. And I feel like if we're going to talk about how good the Bills are now, even though they just lost to the Rams a few weeks ago,
that wasn't what I
can't
meant.
pretend. I understand. I heard your joke. We can't pretend that the Lions are all of a sudden not a good team. And I'm not saying Frankie's saying that. I'm not saying that you're saying that. But my money is still on the Lions. I think the Eagles did very well this weekend. Frankie and I were both wrong about the Steelers. We thought they would win, but that clearly did not happen. Yes, Frankie.
As far as the Lions, no, they're still a really, really dominant team, and Jim Nance, legendary CBS play-by-play announcer, he said the Buffalo Bills are the new America's team, and he said we're looking at a Super Bowl preview pre-game. So no, the Lions. I'm not taking anything away from the Lions. They are gritty, but the coach made some really dumb mistakes calling an onside. and they did lose one of their main running backs for the season, Montgomery. He's out, so they got one running back now. So I did say that if you put a little pressure on Jared Goff, he doesn't do well.
No,
He's
you were not
mobile,
wrong.
and
You're not the only one who says that. If he doesn't have time to pass, it's not good.
he's
And you
done.
talked about the energy. You talked about if the Bills scored quickly, which if memory serves, they did score quickly. They scored often.
Yep.
A lot
Took
of
the
the
crowd
things
out of
you
it.
said turned out to be true. Yeah.
But that's all I'm gonna say this week. I'll tell you something real quick. We play the Patriots, the Jets, and then the Patriots again to finish out the season. Those are the games that I worry about most because those guys are playing for their jobs, for pride, and they want to spoil what position in the playoffs the Bills are. So the next 3 games, in my opinion, all season long, are the most crucial games.
And with the Bills having beaten the Chiefs and also having beaten the Lions, I would also say, I didn't think about this till you just mentioned it, but I would also say I'm worried about them dropping another loss to a team like the Rams, a team that you would not expect that they would lose to, because now they're beating the teams that you're impressed by. You just don't want to see, trying to think of another example in the NFL, but you know, it's not unheard of that very good teams will lose to not very good teams. And if the not very good teams win enough of those games, well, then they turn into the Rams are looking okay now. Tampa Bay is looking pretty good now. They just destroyed the Chargers. So a bad team can become a good team or even a great team. But every once in a while, just a good team, any given Sunday, as they say, will lose. And you would hate to see the progress that the Bills have made thus far after some losses in the beginning of the season, tarnished by some easy victories that just get out of their hands. So I agree with you. I would be worried about some of those games. And then a team like the Patriots, you know, they're in the toilet bowl situation. They just want a good pick. But even the people on the team who realize the more they lose, the better draft pick they get, they still want to win. Everybody on every team wants to win. So the Patriots,
And we
maybe they
got to
pull
play
one out.
Aaron friggin' Rodgers.
The Jets, maybe they pull one out. Yeah.
Ugh, Aaron friggin' Rodgers comes to Buffalo, and he's that guy that likes to spoil things. And I just hope we put him on his back.
And maybe final thought on the NFL talk for right now. It'll be interesting to see what Aaron Rodgers does at the end of the season. Because technically they're done now, and you should have realized that beforehand. But was it last game or whatever? There's no way they're going to the playoffs because they've lost too many games. He has not had the situation that he had hoped for. I mean, he went out the first drive of last season and was out the entire season. This season, lost a coach. Things did not happen the way that he wanted to. Clearly, he could keep playing. He's not in his prime anymore, and that's pretty clear, but he could keep playing. I mean, like old quarterbacks could play. Tom Brady could have played several more years. It would have been maybe weird to see that decline, but he could have kept playing. People would have watched him play. So it just depends. What does Aaron Rodgers wants? And it will be interesting if he pulls yet again a Brett Favre. He went to the Jets. Is he going to go to another team? I don't think he's going to go to Minnesota. They have a pretty good quarterback right now. They just have to figure out what they're going to do with him. But just Rodgers roll the dice and try to go somewhere else. Thus far, that worked with Russell Wilson. He has had such a better time in Pittsburgh that year. At least I am really thinking, why didn't he go there in the first place? Not necessarily Pittsburgh, but I guess why did he go to Denver? That seems like such a bad mistake. Could we have seen the red flags, to borrow a term from something we were discussing earlier about guns? Should we have been able to see the red flags previously that Denver was not going to work out? I didn't pay enough attention to that, but it just goes to show that someone can go to one team and look like they're done. People thought Russell Wilson was done. The second year with Denver, he proved that was not the case, and he's still proving that even more so with the Steelers now. Aaron Rodgers has not had any success with the Jets, but could he go somewhere else? First off, could he go somewhere else and get the right pieces and actually make a run for it? Or could he go somewhere else and just keep playing and be competitive? So he's not
Orly, he could go to an ashram somewhere and just stay there for
Yeah.
like a long time.
Hey, it's a
Didn't he do
prostate
that already?
game.
He can just he can just make it I think Aaron Rodgers should find himself a nice little commune and make some friends and forget about his old friends in life.
So, Apostate Nate, you've been with us in and out, and we haven't heard from you voice wise until now. Do you have anything? We just randomly were talking about the NFL, but do you have anything about our larger main topic of guns and school shootings today? Sorry for that hard
Yeah, I sort of.
transition.
I mean, I was trying to get in there, and then I kept losing audio, and then I had to go to my son's 5th grade band concert. There are some fates worse than death, and well, then I arrived back here.
I
do think
really,
the
really
topic is
hope
often.
that son is still at the concert. He's not crying in the corner of the room right now. what
Oh my
instrument
goodness!
does your
No,
son play?
he's a trombonist. He's been doing it for a grand total of 3 months, like every other.
Okay, so he just started, yeah.
Yeah, so it was very charming. Can I say that it was charming?
Everyone loves the trombone solo. Got a lot of arm work there. Okay, so well, let's just count our trips to schools that don't end in shootings and as a complete win, because that was not the case recently for people at a Christian private school in Wisconsin in the Madison area. So yeah, what do you think about this? I'm not sure how much you've heard, so I'll just once again general. 15-year-old girl, so different story than we're used to, brought a handgun to study hall, and there were kids of all ages in the study hall. Killed another student, killed a teacher, shot 6 other people. Some of them are in critical condition, others are doing better, and then took her own life. We do not yet have an update about where she got her gun. Chances are likely she got it from her parents or family, like most school shooters seem to do. And the parents apparently are cooperating with authorities. And we have not heard of any huge red flags yet. One report we played talked about that she was interested in neo-Nazis and school shootings, and that sounds horrible. But really, if it comes down to it, how many other students around the United States are interested in things that are just as bad and don't commit school shootings? So I don't know that that's a missed red flag. That's just, well, that's the internet, and that's what we have nowadays. So that's a quick summary. What do you think, Apostate Nate?
Lee, I think the entire school shooting pattern, whatever you want to call it, the discussion, whatever you want to call it, because sometimes it just feels like a bunch of screaming. It makes my head spin. I think the topic on school shootings and gun control reminds me that, like, no matter where you land, some topics are just not going to give you neat and tidy answers that give you everything you want. And I think part of what characterizes the gun control debate is I think there's two sides that are in one way or another looking at like utopia. And unfortunately, no matter what solution you pick, I think there's some market drawbacks. I do think that there's some really, you know, points of tension here. I don't like the idea that my government has better weapons than I do, but I also don't like the idea that just any person can go get, sort of a military grade weapon and parade around with it. I find myself strongly disliking both propositions. In terms of, what the laws would do, I think they would deter probably the audience that needs deterred the most, and that would be the audience right now of the disaffected teenager. Absolutely, those who are out there hardened criminals, yeah, they're not going to do that. Your average 15-year-old is also not going to have the wherewithal to get around that. So I think there would be some efficacy, but not all. And of course, then the drawback would be that you are to some degree making it more difficult for the law-abiding, the law-abiding citizens. Not impossible, but just more difficult. Part of me also thinks that no matter what we do, there are so many guns in circulation in the United States. Are we in a situation now where, because of the sheer circulation, the ship might have sailed on, on making an effect here, uniquely here in the land that really does have a gun culture. Lee, all my thoughts on this are a soup, and I think people are terrible. And I'm just gonna mute my mic now. That's my opinion. People are terrible. Thank you, Lee.
You're not wrong. I often say on the show, the worst part about humanity is humanity. People are terrible. I used to think when I was young that just kids were horrible and adults were better. Like, oh no, adults are just as bad, if not worse, in some ways. They just do it in different ways. And you got to be an adult to pick up on them. Well said. I don't agree with the idea that you're worried the government has better guns than people can have, and that's a perspective issue. And I don't know that that's ever a discussion you can really win and change someone's mind on. That's a perspective someone has. Is that
It's really just
learned? Is it
something I
born
just
with?
don't like. You know what I mean? Like I don't like it, but it doesn't mean I think we should give everybody a tank.
Yeah, and you
You
did
know?
say that, so I appreciate that because we've had a discussion the last couple of days where someone did think people should have rocket launchers and tanks and Apache helicopters, and that's some crazy stuff. So you're right; it's different to feel one way versus want to do something about it. So I appreciate that you correctly pointed out the difference there. Um, what I would say, I don't know if you would disagree with this, but after listening to what you just told me, what I would say, and then we're gonna get to some messages on stereo, and then we're also gonna have Reggie join us over on Twitter Spaces. Been listening to the show for a very long time. I invited you to speak, and you took the bait, so we'll hear from you in a moment. Specifically for school shootings and not just gun violence in general, it feels like to me so many school shooters get guns from their parents, and because their parents are old enough to have kids in middle or high school, where usually that's the age of a school shooter who is a student, is middle or high school. They are young themselves, relatively young themselves, and so the guns that they get are guns that they bought recently enough. And so if we actually have new restrictions on handguns, and specifically if you have a handgun you have to store it a certain way. Also, let's maybe persuade you to have a rifle or a shotgun instead of a handgun, because it's harder for a young person to use those guns and sneak them into school. So if we do a combination of those things for school shootings specifically, everything else forget about for a moment, I think we can make real progress. So that's what I'm talking about here when I talk about more gun restrictions. But sometimes it's hard to explain that, and you just write gun restrictions because that's all the space that you have. Let's jump over to stereo. We're going to hear from Auntie McItballs as well as one or two other people who have left comments specifically about our topic. Speaking of stereo, right now it has switched. Originally, the show was like 2/3 of people said more gun laws prevent more deaths, and only about a third of people said gun laws aren't going to change anything. And then gun laws aren't going to change anything was winning. But now I can tell you it's about half, but slightly more than half, 53% of people over on stereo say gun laws, more restrictions save lives. So, okay. Let's jump over to the voice message system and hear from Auntie McItballs, Steph. Yeah, let's hear from Auntie McItballs. How you doing, Auntie? There's a different name. I just don't say it. Take it away.
How are y'all doing today? Well, it's unfortunate that we did have another school shooting here in this country. But any talk or any attempt to restrict Americans from having or being able to lawfully possess firearms is blasphemy. It specifically says in the Second Amendment, shall not be infringed. That's it. There's no arguments about it. It's set in stone. That's what the law says. So it's a moot point. And you're wrong. Illinois has the strongest gun laws in this country. How many gun deaths are there in that state due to guns?
Thanks for the comment. Let me tell you why you're wrong. So, without looking at any specific state, we have looked at a couple of different, not on today's show, but we've looked at them in the past enough that I just no longer look them up. If this is something people are interested in, I can try to find it and we can read it again for the fourth or fifth time in the history of the show. If you look at a whole list, sorry, if you look holistically at the data, 50 states, and you group them in the states that have middle of the road gun laws, very restrictive gun laws, and the least amount of gun laws, and you look at them like that, it is not debatable. The more gun restrictions you have, the less people are killed with guns in your states. So that means less homicides and also less gun suicides. If we look at specific states, is that going to be more nuanced? Probably. Just like everything, even medicine. You'll have one medicine that is clearly better than another for some sort of cancer treatment. But for every single person, that's a nuanced situation. For every state, that's a nuanced situation. So I'm glad that you understand nuance. I'm sorry that you don't understand it enough to think that that means it can't possibly be a rule overall, a fact overall. So I encourage you to have better critical thinking. And then you talk about the law. Well, you read more about the law. So we already have restrictions on gun rights in the United States. You, sir, cannot own a nuclear missile. It's very difficult for you to own a tank. You can have private tank ownership. I think mostly it's like historical relics, that sort of a thing. You can watch a video of someone who has like a World War II Sherman tank and you can rent it and drive around and stuff, but it's not like combat active, probably. And even if it was, that's a very different situation. However, your average person in the United States could own a shotgun. So we already have restrictions. You yourself cannot own every single firearm that the military has in its ordnance selection. So there's restrictions on that. There are restrictions on the Second Amendment in the United States. If you cannot see that, once again, I encourage you to have better critical thinking skills and just media literacy skills and law literacy skills. Because just to say that because something is in a document somewhere from a really long time ago means you can't have restrictions is clearly incorrect. So it's always great to hear from you. I just hope you can give us better stuff in the future. Let's now hear from, was it Stephanie? Yeah, let's hear from Steph, and then we're going to hear from Queen Me.
I think stricter gun laws can prevent deaths because a majority of weapons used in mass shootings were purchased legally.
Thanks for the comment, Steph. Yeah, I don't know about mass shootings in general because we'd have to go into what's the definition of a mass shooting. I think it's like 3 or 4 people. And then we have to look at state to state, overall as a country, what span of time are we looking at? But I can tell you from what memory serves, when we've talked about school shootings specifically in the past, school shooters more often than not use legally purchased guns. That does not mean that they own the guns. It does not mean that they did not break the law in order to get the guns, but the guns are not 3D printed guns. They're not black market guns that were stolen in the 80s and have gone through a bunch of different killings and keep getting sold in a parking lot somewhere. These are guns their parents or other family members have. They steal them, sometimes kill that family member, and then go to the school and start shooting people. So we could look that up, but I can tell you that it is something that happens all the time. And whatever the situation is for mass shootings, if we just can get rid of the mass shootings and school shootings that involve legally purchased guns, how many people's kids would be alive? How many people's husbands, wives, sons, daughters, parents, grandparents would still be alive today? Or maybe would have been able to pass away in a normal fashion rather than being shot in the frozen food section of a grocery store. So thanks for the comment. Let's hear now from Queen.
Jumping in real quick. This is Queen jumping in real quick. I don't think that the laws are going to help. I came from New York, and when I was in New York and I went to school, we had police in the school. And that's when I was all the way in elementary school. I'm 56 now. When I moved to South Carolina, they didn't have any officers in their school, no resources officers. So they didn't put a resource officer in the school until a student went in the school and shot and killed somebody for bullying them. I don't agree with the bullying. I don't like bullying. But I feel like if they were to take metal detectors like they did in New York for our protection and put them at those doors, there is no getting indoors. Why did they start locking the doors? Because people were just walking in schools?
So Queen, thanks for the comment. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I don't disagree. I did not grow up with metal detectors and officers in our school. But I see the value in it. If they had had a metal detector at this school, maybe they would have prevented that shooting from taking place here recently this week. But at the very least, as a liberal person, as mostly a Democrat my entire life, I side with the rights on fighting fire with fire. So conservatives in America, in my opinion, and I think based on facts, are wrong when it comes to gun restrictions. More gun restrictions almost always, anti-McKitt balls, means less gun deaths and even less gun suicides. When you have less guns, wow, who would have thought you would use them less when there's less of them? But when you have a school situation and someone can get a gun into the school, wouldn't you rather have someone who immediately can fight back? Now, sometimes, like with this shooting, apparently officers were there within 4 minutes, but it didn't matter. 8 people had been shot, 2 of them were dead. Some of them are in critical condition now, others are doing better. And the shooter, a 15-year-old girl, had killed herself by the time the police had arrived, or by the time they got to her. Maybe they got there in 4 minutes and it was still going on, but by the time they got to her, all of that had already happened. And if you can stop them from getting into the school, then maybe you have a situation where they walk in to where the security is and then they start shooting, because clearly there will be students on both sides of the security. But is that preferable to having someone pull out a gun, a handgun in study hall? I think so. So I'm not against, I don't like calling them resource officers. I know that you didn't invent that name, but they're police officers in school. I like the idea of having police officers in school. I like the idea of having armed teachers in school. I'm not saying force them to be armed, but make it an option. And maybe the training can be very, very, very detailed, even more so than just normal private gun ownership training requirements, because they're a joke in the United States. But I'm okay with that. So I appreciate the comment. We have another one from Auntie McKitt Balls. We'll hear from you in a little bit. It's News Debate I'm Lee. Okay, Reggie, just wanted to catch up on stereo. You've been waiting patiently. You've been tweeting us a lot during the program. You've been listening for a very long time, so I appreciate your constant communication, but this will be the first time we've heard from you via voice. What do you have to add?
Yeah, thanks. So as far as like the title of the show, should gun laws change? Yes, there should. There should be like across the board red flag laws, across the board background checks, and even in what I'm thinking of psych evals, not just for the person who purchased the gun, but the whole family. And it should be like, it should be covered by the insurance and done on at least a yearly basis. But as far as like, I kind of agree with you. Yeah, not get rid of, but lock them in a safe, keep the ammo somewhere else. Obviously, that to me, that's like common sense shit. But when somebody says we should, make them more restrictive or harder to get to, most politicians will immediately just go to, we need to get them off the streets. We need to get rid of them, period. And that's where the big contention is. That's not going to happen.
I don't see that. Democrats don't say that. No, Democrats almost never say they're coming for your guns. Even the Democrat from Arizona who was shot in the face says that she's not against gun ownership.
Okay, well, I could look for it, but it's going to take me a minute because I'm more than certain that even presidential candidates have said that they want to buy back guns and take, get guns out of the home.
I would love to see that. I don't know that that's happened. I know that Democrats will talk about scary guns like AR-15s, but not handguns, which is what I'm talking about. So maybe we're not on the same page. But generally, as a Democrat, I'm very disappointed in my own party.
Yeah, it's good. That's the big thing they go to when they want to start talking about restricted guns. Yeah, is the AR. Basically the guns that I'm pretty sure they don't understand. That they assume AR means assault rifle, which obviously doesn't.
It's Armalite, right?
Yep, it's the company that made the gun. But yeah, that's basically what I had to say, considering I've said most of what I wanted to say in the chat.
Well, something I wanted to ask you about, we eventually got to it. So you were very frank and I can get behind it. You were like, I paraphrasing, you're like, shotguns, rifles, handguns, but people don't need more than that. So that's a very, very reasonable level of gun ownership that it's hard for me to disagree with. We can talk about more things like you just said, you're for mental health checks and get it locked up and do all those different things that I've been talking about. But just the idea your average person can have rifles, shotguns, and handguns, even though once again, I'm very anti-handgun, that is so reasonable in the United States. And so maybe this is an indication of me and what I think about other people who are for gun ownership. But until you said that, and the reason I asked you is because I wanted to know what you were going to reply with, I wasn't sure that you weren't going to say, oh, people should have tanks and they should have missiles, because we had Nick on the show recently, and that was exactly what he said. So why for you does it make sense to kind of end at conventional firearms? So things that you will see, yeah, practical use. So things you'll see
it's practical use.
Guns have,
like
rifles, police officers have.
There's so many people like where I live and up in probably like mountainous areas that go hunting, not just for sport, but for food too. So of course they're going to take a rifle at 100 yards or 50 yards or whatever. They're not going to go in with a handgun, try and take out a deer, or a shotgun at 50 feet. Yeah. But
so
like,
does that mean you're for AR-15s? Because does that fall into a semi-automatic rifle sort of designation?
Yeah, because it's still a single shot at a time. You have to click the trigger each time. It's not as if you're going in somewhere just guns blazing like it's Die Hard.
Even though I think you have a point that Democrats often don't understand those types of guns, and they're very scary, and they do get used from time to time in high-profile public shootings. My beef, oddly enough, is not with the AR-15. I would be totally okay with the United States where you couldn't own that, and you just had to have like a bolt-action rifle, maybe in the same 5.56 or even the what's the old NATO's at 7.76, the heavier
7.60.
Yes,
I think.
this whatever it is, the heavier that the 5.56 kind of replaced. As long as it's bolt action, because it slows down, the trigger pull. I would definitely be for that, but it's not what I'm asking for. So that's where I do sort of condemn my own side. The Democrats are very afraid of the AR-15s. They're scary looking guns. They look like a military weapon. To be frank, of course, the AR-15 was designed to fulfill a U.S. military request for a gun, but that is a different designation. The AR-15 is the civilian sort of description, and then we get into M16 and M4 for the U.S. military, and then there's a lot more than that. But it really just does come to the handguns for me. What do you think about trying to get rid of handguns? Does that make any sense? Can we replace that with shotguns in the home, or is a handgun something special that has to remain?
I think because it's such a small thing that, like, the instrument itself is such a small thing that people can keep on them with relative ease, it's not gonna go anywhere no matter how much anybody wants to, because it's easily the quickest, simplest thing to get to in terms of any kind of defense, or yes, in some cases, offense, which is sad.
So then is trying to reduce the amount of gun homicides and even gun suicides in the United States mean that we just have to have very special lockup and storage rules for handguns? That's my answer.
I think it would be small steps first, like, yeah, the saying, okay, if you're going to own this gun, it has to be kept like this, or as I was saying, like, not just background checks, but like psych evals, because I would not be, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not gonna say I would be certain, but I'm sure many of the school shooters probably would have thrown up a red flag to a professional psych eval had they been forced to take one, even if the gun just was in the home.
Probably not wrong. I would argue that because of the way our stigma of mental health and also just the way our horrible medical system works, it's actually a lot more difficult to get psych evaluations for people around guns than it is to actually mandate how they take care of that gun, or perhaps even really restrict selling them that gun. That's a perspective thing because it's all just guesswork. But if you could have a situation, multiverse, we snap our fingers and we're in a United States where you do have a lot of mental health checks surrounding guns, then yeah, I think it's not absurd that school shooters might have some red flags that fly out when they're talking to a mental health professional. But at the same time, aside from really specific examples, the problem with school shooters is that they're like millions of other kids their own age. How many people do we know who back in the day, if they had been a school shooter, and depending on how old you are, it might have been really unlikely because we just had less of them. But how many people do we know that was the weird kid, the goth kid, the metal kid, the kid who, like, I don't know, caught torturing an animal or something? And if they had turned into a school shooter, you would have been like, well, of course. And they didn't. So I don't know that there are these clear red flags for your average person. But yes, it's certainly less than 0 people. If we had these mandated mental health checks for people who are in the home when there is a gun, someone would have got caught. I just think that a more realistic option, and perhaps even a more efficient option, would be really regulating who gets these guns, because we have some of that already in place, and then how they store those guns. But we're not in disagreement. We're just kind of talking about different ways to approach this. Do you have any other solutions for specifically school shootings and handguns that we have not yet discussed?
No, nothing that we've not yet discussed, because I know the cop thing has been thrown around, arming like teachers and staff, which I would be totally behind. Like, I would say there should be a minimum of a percentage of the staff that is armed and trained. I would even go so far as to say, like, private contractors, like, put that in the budget for schools.
I wouldn't do that. I would rather stick to licensed police officers. Maybe it's the same thing in someone's mind, but that makes me a little bit uncomfortable. But if you want to set a standard, whatever that percentage is, for staff members and or classroom teachers that have to be trained on guns and or have to carry a gun, I'm open to that. I like the idea of allowing people to do it, because I think that eventually if you allow people to do it, it might take care of itself and people will jump in on their own. But I'm open to more guns in schools. I don't know that there's
I would
another
totally
answer
be
in the United
behind
States.
2/3 at least of mainly, I would say, teachers, possibly some office staff, and definitely some of the other staffers that would, let's say, quote, wandering around like janitorial staff. But I wouldn't think like the lunch workers. I wouldn't think that the principal, vice principal, people who spend most of their time in offices and meetings would need to be trained. Just I would think like the people who are mostly around the students.
Yeah, the problem is if you get into those high numbers, like 2/3, and you make it mandatory, I think a lot of people are going to switch districts or maybe just quit teaching because there are some people that just will not stand for that. I understand it. It's a perspective sort of a thing. I think it's the correct direction to go into. But I'm not a teacher. For several reasons, I've decided not to become a teacher with my profession. And I can imagine that sounds like the worst thing in the world to so many teachers around the country that they would start arming people, let alone making it mandatory. But just arming people, they would probably think, why would we do this? They might have a different perspective than myself, that they still think it's possible to have better mental health care for students and more gun restrictions. I really don't see those as possibilities, and so that's why I'm going with the okay. Well, let's see what happens when we have staff in the school. But I really think you're going to have pushback on that, and this is of course all just me guesswork. Who knows what will happen? And it's probably different from one state to the next, one district to the next. But especially with so many teacher shortages that we've had during COVID and post COVID, it might not even be feasible, even if a district has the community buy-in. People are not freaking out about the idea of arming teachers. Maybe even some of the teachers are openly for it. I think there's going to be enough teachers that are like, this is the craziest thing I've heard. And it's going to be hard for, I think, most districts to become unattractive in any way to teachers. But that's just me reading the industry. I'm not a teacher. I just know what I read.
Well, I'm not a teacher, but my mother has spent a good chunk of her life working in the school system. And for what most teachers end up getting paid, they could offer them, hey, here's like a bonus if you do this for the year. And I would dare say that with what they make, that there's many of them that would probably be down for it.
But I mean, that's a really high goal. I mean, school districts don't have this extra money. It'd be one thing if they said, we're going to let you pay for your own gun and your own training, but you can carry it in the school. Or we're going to pay for your training, but you have to purchase the gun. Or maybe even, Christ, we're going to purchase the gun and pay for the training. But to have a paid bonus on top of that, the way that public school funding works, and if it's a private school, it's completely different. But the way that public school funding works in the United States, I don't think that that's feasible.
I mean, that's where and that would be another problem to get into, would be public school funding, because I've, at least to my understanding, many times where like where Congress is getting together about budget cuts for things, whether it's state or federal, one of the first things to be on the chopping block is education. And it's like, let's stop doing that and redirect the money that's supposed to be there, like back into it.
Well, if you want to fund education,
situation.
one party is much better about that than the other. I don't claim that the Democrats are for funding education. That's one of my gripes with them. But when it comes to defunding education, one's clearly beating the other in that aspect. So I don't know what your political perspectives are, but if it's about funding education, it's clearly voting for Democrats, especially at the local level. Now, congressionally, you're right. They'll have education bills and things like that. But like, one of the things we have in the United States, for better or for worse, is so much local control on education. And yeah, they get state funding, they get federal funding for certain things, but tax issues, passing a 1 cent sales tax or whatever to build a new high school or do this or do that, that's all local. Now, sometimes the states will say you can't do that. No new ones for a couple of years. I've seen stories like that. But generally, the big funding initiatives, when you need anything done at a local level, it's just those local issues. And if the community approves them, then they get the money. And if they don't, they maybe have to rethink and they can try to figure out another way. But if they don't get those cent increases enough, then they just have less to work with because they know they're not usually going to get more from the state. They're usually not going to get more from Congress. They're just happy maybe if they keep getting what they're getting. I mean, there was so much reporting on this in COVID. They had all these mandates that they had to do for the schools, and the schools were like, we're not getting any more money. And in fact, it costs more now than it did previously because we have to do all these new different things, and they just didn't get funding for it. And that goes into why we have such a teacher shortage, because so many teachers, rightfully so, that were retirement age decided to throw in the towel at some point during COVID. A lot of people who were around retirement age but not really there, they took an early retirement. Totally get that too. A lot of people left the profession, and I get that. So what you're having now is the people who are going into teaching, man, they are really, really sought after. People who have been teaching for a while, who have great resumes and great references and stuff, they can move around. So if you're willing to put up with it, ooh boy, maybe now's a good time to be a teacher. But now you have all these other issues that people didn't have 20, 30 years ago. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. Reggie, stay with us over on Twitter Spaces. Raise your hand if you'd like to say something. We've had you the entire show, but you were not able to join us via voice, so I'm happy to continue to have you a little bit more over on Twitter Spaces for a while. Once again, if you want to become a full co-host, join me over on patreon.com/NEWZ debate, like Patrice and Apostate Nates and Ron and Frankie J, who were joining us earlier in the show. Also, Better Vibes and Lola, Shannon, Mojo, Sneaky Elbow, Natasha, Nick, MC Funk, Bjorn, and Glenn, who was joining us in the show earlier today. All my supporters over on patreon.com/NEWZ debate. That makes you a co-host, so we hear from you often and we hear from you first, but everybody is welcome on the show. For now, no one has their hands raised over on Twitter Spaces, so let's jump over to Stereo and hear more from them. Sports Rumble and Auntie McGetballs, don't leave me any more messages for a while. I'm going to try to catch up on the ones you've already left. Let's hear from Auntie McGetballs.
Well, you're just nitpicking just to try to make it sound better, but it's not any better. It is what it is. And a nuclear missile and a tank isn't a gun. It's not a firearm. Those are military grade weapons or missiles or tanks. I'm talking about firearms. Your ability to defend yourself, specifically from your government, the rogue government, the deep state. Look at what's happening in Australia. Look what's happening in the UK. They're getting arrested just for thinking. Is that what you want? That's where it's going. There's not any restrictions. I mean, there is gun laws in place. You're right. I understand that. But to try to continue to take guns away is not going to work.
So I'm glad that we both recognize that what you said previously was not correct. You call it nitpicking. I call it being accurate. And unfortunately, you're still not accurate. You said firearms. It does not say firearms in the Second Amendment. It's the right to bear arms, and it talks about a well-regulated militia, something like that, right? Arms, what does that mean? at the time it was written, it was really talking about arms that were military level equipment, because the difference between like hunting rifles and military level equipment at that time, sorry, hunting guns, I don't know if you call it a rifle at that time, hunting arms and military arms at that time, aside from very specific examples, the difference between them were not so large. Now it's an enormous difference. So, no, we do not have a difference of you don't own military equipment in the United States as a private citizen, but you can have firearms because of something written in the Second Amendment. That's all interpretation, which you said that we're not allowed to have. You said we were not allowed to have restrictions. It can't be infringed. So once again, it can be and it is. So if it is and it can be, there's no reason we can't have more. Now, to your point that it's not going to work, that is a different discussion. I agree with you. In the United States, at a certain level, you just really can't have more firearms regulations, because even the Democrats are afraid to lose those votes. But you could, if you had fearless liberal politicians and they wanted to get stuff done, and maybe they got elected, and then we're not worried about getting reelected. So it could happen, and there would be pushback, but it's very possible. So I'm glad we're getting into a better situation on Team Make Balls. We're understanding each other. Thanks for the comments. Let's jump back over to stereo, and we're going to hear from Sports Rumble. I just need to find a Sports Rumble comment that's reasonable. That might take a while, so give me a moment.
Lee, can we just do a show one time that's just nothing but all of the content you would never play? You just have to like warn the people in the title of the space.
You know, Nate, I might bring it back. And if you're with me at the end of this show, we've been going for almost 4 hours. So when I end this show, I'll try to remember. And if not, please remind me what I used to do. And I can't remember why I stopped doing it. I think it's just because it took a lot of time. I used to just, I used to take all the stereo messages that people had left me that were either ridiculous, like most of the ones Sports Rumble leaves me, or ones that were like, "Hey Lee, go suck a," something like that. And I would just play them all at the end so that people could listen to them. And maybe if they disagreed that they were not unreasonable, or they just thought that they were funny, I play them at the end of the show. It took a lot of work because I just had to sit there and listen to them and press the button and listen to them again. So maybe that's why I stopped doing it. But I will do it for you today, Apostate Nate. And we have someone requesting to speak over on on Twitter Spaces. I'll give it to you in a second. I think I found a somewhat reasonable message from Sports Rumble that I'm going to play on stereo.
Lee, an assault weapons ban, which isn't really an assault weapons ban because most people don't know what an assault weapon really is, but that's another story for another day, is unconstitutional. It goes against the Second Amendment. So, like, what are we even talking about? There are no laws to create that subvert the Second Amendment. You cannot subvert the Second Amendment.
So once again, emphasis on somewhat reasonable, because Better Vibes was having the same problem as Unti McGitballs a while ago. I feel like he and I made some progress. I'm not going to get that from Better Vibes based on our previous interactions. You clearly can limit you clearly can put limits on the Second Amendment's rights to own arms in the United States, because we have had those the entirety of your life. So it's not unconstitutional to put limits on arms ownership, because it's been that way the entire time you're alive. There are people who would argue that even though that it's been allowed, it is unconstitutional. So if you said that, then we would have something to discuss. But clearly it's constitutional because it's been constitutional your entire life. Let's talk about the assault weapons ban. So thank you for bringing that up. What did that do? What did it actually ban? Why it's not unconstitutional? Because it was not gotten rid of. It just expired, which is rather different. And then we're going to jump over and hear from the Unwoke over on Twitter. And also Reggie is still having his hand raised over on Twitter. So keep your hand up, Reggie, to remind me. So I'm going to share this over on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and also rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. Those are my video streams. The federal assault weapons ban was a law in the United States enacted as part of the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994. It was signed into law by Bill Clinton, was in effect from September 13th, 1994 until its expiration, not being found to be unconstitutional, but until it expired on September 13th, 2004. It was allowed to expire. The ban aimed to reduce gun violence by restricting the sale, manufacture, transfer, and possession of certain firearms and ammunition feeding devices. So what did it cover? The law defined assault weapons as certain semi-automatic firearms with military-style features. These included rifles capable of accepting a detachable magazine and having 2 or more of the following features. So an AR-15 and AK-47, those have detachable magazines. Then you have folding or telescoping stocks. So that's your stock being able to change. A pistol grip, which an AR-15 does not have, but you could add to it. A bayonet mount. That's a weird one to cover. A flash suppressor or threaded barrel for such a suppressor, and a grenade launcher. So some of these things are weird. Pistols capable of accepting a detachable magazine, which almost all pistols have, and having 2 or more of the following. A magazine that attaches outside the pistol grip. Threaded barrel for an extender, flash supporter, blah, 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 blah. A barrel shroud. An unloaded weight of 50 ounces or more, so it can't be too heavy. A semi-automatic version of a fully automatic firearm. So if you had a pistol that could go fully automatic, but it was just a semi version of that, I guess that counted against it. And then shotguns with pistol grips, folding stocks, blah, 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 blah. Also high capacity magazines. It banned the manufacture and sale of magazines holding more than 10 rounds. So what was not banned? Things that were manufactured before the effective date. So things that already existed. They could be legally possessed, sold, or transferred. Once again, they were not taking people's guns away. Semi-automatic weapons without specified features. So just because it was semi-automatic doesn't mean it was banned. It had to fit into those features we talked about. Fully automatic firearms were already heavily regulated under the National Firearms Act of 1934 and the Firearm Owners Protection Act of 1986. Proponents argue that the ban reduced the availability of weapons commonly used in mass shootings. Studies indicated a decrease in crime involving assault weapons and high-capacity magazines during the ban. Critics say the ban's definitions were arbitrary. Some of them are a little arbitrary, that's true. It targeted cosmetic features rather than functionality. Something like a bayonet, yes, but the other things, no. Critics also say that the ban had little impact on overall gun violence, as assault weapons were used in a small percentage of crimes. And that's a fair point. We should have had a handgun ban. That would have affected more people's lives. And so then it expired. Okay, it's news debate IMLY. It could go back into effect. It's constitutional. It just had a 10-year lifespan. That was one of the compromises. They said, let's make it 10 years and we can always vote to extend it. And then they let it expire. Okay, so we're going to go over here and, okay, really quickly before we hear from the Unwoke. And Reggie, if you want to speak again, put your hand back up. I'm going to see if there's anybody over on stereo who has not had at least one message played. Okay, so we'll hear more from Auntie McGetballs and Sports Rumble later on over on Stereo. Don't leave me any more messages. We have plenty from you. And we are going to hear from the Unwoke. And Reggie, if you'd like to speak, raise your hand. Apostate Nate, if you'd like to speak, raise your hand. Patrice, raise your hand. And Martha, you're back with us. If you'd like to speak, just request to speak. All right, let's bring the Unwoke up as a speaker. All right, it's News Debate. I am Lee. So the Unwoke, you've been on the show recently. Great to have you back. You're a speaker now. Go ahead and unmute yourself. What do you have to say about gun laws and school shootings?
Well, it seems like there's been this increase in gun violence, and we, since like the 90s, gun laws have become more and more relaxed, and new technologies have emerged that have made guns more and more dangerous. Would you agree with that?
So yeah, did we have the discussion at the end of the other recent show about arm braces versus stocks and how they are basically the same thing, but one is legal for a pistol and one is not? So that's like not necessarily new technology, but new interpretations based on an ATF letter and how the industry sells and labels things. I guess the new technology would be clever gun designs that can make a pistol basically look like a rifle, but it's still technically a pistol, once again, with using the arm brace. There were some things like we heard in the assault weapons ban about weight. And I've seen some YouTube videos about how when that was passed, they basically used technology, and now they would use a lot of 3D printing to have the lightest possible gun to fit those sort of standards. So, those sort of things. Am I missing anything in particular?
Oh, no, not really. I just wanted to acknowledge the general trend that guns that are on the market today, that are available today, are more dangerous on average than they were in, say, the 1990s.
Also, it's sort of like the Walmart effect. Not that Walmart is selling these guns. I don't know if you can buy a gun at Walmart anymore, but because there's so much competition and there's so much customization, I mean, you can buy just a sort of Glock for a very reasonable price. You can buy a very reasonably priced AR-15 type of gun, and maybe it's not great, and maybe you're not going to win any, sniping awards at some sort of competition, target practice thing, but you'll get the functionality out of it, where previously, there's just a lot more going on right now. Sort of like Amazon. If you're in the market for about anything on Amazon that's not a specific name brand or a product that like only one company makes, like if you want a Mac laptop, you're buying it from Mac, unless you buy a PC laptop and install Mac OS, you're buying it from Apple, right? So if you're looking for just a type of a thing like a computer or a toaster oven, I mean, it's the cheapest it's ever been on Amazon. I think that guns kind of have the same thing. There's so much competition, there's so much customization, and there's so much emerging designs and technology. Plus, you have all these other guns. It's in fact the exact opposite of what I just said with computers. If you buy a computer 10 years later, that computer is basically useless. I mean, useless. It's a paperweight for most people. There are some things you can do to kind of bring it back, but in most ways it's done, right? You buy a gun 10 years later, even if you've not taken very good care of it, it's probably still very useful. And if you don't want it, it can be sold to someone else. And so you not only have all these new gun designs and new options and new price points and value based on the price and what it offers you, you have all of these other guns that still exist. So for all those reasons, yeah, I think that guns are more lethal than before. Like you can have a pistol that looks like a rifle. Guns are more fun than before because you can customize them in any way you can imagine, and they're more plentiful than ever before because you have all the new guns plus you have all the old guns. It's an insane time. If you've ever been to a gun show of a significant size, I encourage you to go. Anybody out there who's listening right now, even if you don't like guns, it is so informative to see a mixture of someone has a Tommy gun from World War II, and someone also has like a $500 AR-15 gun that you can buy brand new. It is crazy the range. It is crazy the products, all the different customization that you can do. I can't imagine a better time to be into guns than now because the restrictions are not too restrictive and there's just so much customization. Do you agree with that?
So I would say that yes, gun laws have become less restrictive since the 90s. That we're in sort of a boon of the gun culture. And the ironic thing about that is that at the same time, the crime rates have dropped by almost half since the 90s.
Yeah, it's one thing to talk about gun homicides, but to just talk about crime, that might not be a clear connection to guns and gun restrictions.
Okay, I'll look that up real quick.
Because you're right, it's like New
Violent
York has
crime,
gotten a
actually,
lot
is what I had
safer.
looked
Yeah,
up.
violent crime, yeah, which does not have to involve a gun, but clearly can. New York has gotten a lot safer. It is actually a very safe city compared to other places per capita. Violent crime in general is not as high as it has been in somewhat recent memory. That was one of the problems with Trump, was that people felt like crime was up, but actually it was not. And so you had Democrats telling people it doesn't matter how you feel, crime is actually not up. But then Democrats will always tell people that, oh, you have to recognize how someone identifies themselves and how people feel, even if it's not technically true. So, do as I say,
All right.
not as I do.
So what I'm looking at is in the 90s, we're talking about a 6 to 7 deaths by firearm rate per year per 100,000 people in the population. And in basically until, so we essentially went down under Obama down to like 3.5, so like half. And we are the most recent data is 2020, and it's at 5.9, which is a major spike. 2019 was 4.4. So I think the
there was a
spike in
COVID
2020 was
spike.
probably COVID. Yeah, it was probably the COVID spike. I think the data would follow because it looks like it's more or less following the violent crime rate. Not perfectly, but pretty closely.
Yeah, this all makes sense. I'm not an expert in this, but it all makes sense. I'm seeing now from ChatGPT, like you were saying, violent crime has significantly decreased since the 1990s, but it remains a topic of debate.
Yeah, I mean, like that's sort of my point. Is like, okay, we're arguing for gun controls, and every time there's a school shooting, it's always this new push for gun control, which I think is a bunch of
But we have more
nonsense.
school shootings now than before. That has changed. We have more mass shootings now than before. That has changed.
Have more mass shootings. Mass shootings just defined as 4 people involved.
Well, yeah, because then it depends on how you define it. Yeah.
But if you mean like Columbine style school massacres, I actually don't know the data on that, frankly. I've looked at it before, but I had a hard time finding.
We could try to find that. So I'm looking at overall gun deaths. Gun-related deaths in the 1990s were significantly higher than today. They peaked in 1993, around 39,000 each year. 1993 was about 12 per 100,000 people. Saw 19 and you saw high numbers of homicides, especially involving handguns, and that's why they did the assault weapons ban. Today, which says the 2020s, gun deaths have increased since the 1990s, reaching higher levels. Once again, in 2020, it was 45,000. But that's COVID. We had a large spike of a lot of things. That was largely due to increasing gun suicides and a rise in homicides.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it does look like the restrictiveness of gun laws is not actually correlative to.
No, that's not
the
what I'm
number
seeing
of
from
gun
this at
deaths
all.
we
No,
have.
no, no, no. That's not what I'm seeing from this at all. I'm seeing that we had a spike. If you look at state to state, we've done this on the show, and we could do this now. If
Okay,
you look at
but
state to
I don't know
state,
why you're talking about the spike based on what I just said. Can you repeat
because
what I just said?
we had the 2020 spike, and then we also had
Yeah.
gun deaths that went up, but the assault weapons ban the assault weapons ban ended. It was not a constant thing. So I don't think you
That
can
was
say
in
what you just said.
2004.
Yeah.
That was in 2004 it ended. Yeah, but gun deaths didn't go up after 2004. In fact, they continued to drop.
I
until
have seen here
2014.
that gun deaths have increased since the 1990s, reaching higher levels in recent years, including in 2020, which we expanded on, was mostly kind of talked about because of COVID, specifically gun suicides. But we have to look more specifically year to year. Also, we don't have a specific 1990s to 2020 because that was not a span of time where the gun laws remains constant. Once again, we had, was it 2004 you said? Yeah, it was 1993, 1994 to 2004 was a 10-year before it expired. At the same time, you have different gun rules that have came into effect in different states because we did not have that federal assault weapons ban that expired. So when we have broken it down on the show from state to state, every time we've ever done it, and it was not every single state, but if you broke them into the states that had the most gun restrictions, the middle gun restrictions, and the least gun restrictions, you were more likely to be killed by a gun. You were more likely to shoot someone with a gun in a state that had the least amount of restrictions. You were also more likely to commit suicide with a gun in a state that had the least amount of restrictions, and the opposite for the states that had the most amount of restrictions. And sometimes that can be a better indicator of what works with guns, because rather than a country itself, when we look at the federal level, there are things the states will do, and you can track because the states are different, and you can see the results of those differences. We could do that now if you'd like. We've done it on the show previously.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really speaking entirely of the assault weapons ban. I was speaking of all guns and all gun control. All gun control is actually down from the 90s.
But that's
Yet
at a
gun
federal
deaths-
level. I would not say that is fair. That all
No,
gun
I didn't
control
say
is
it was
down from the
federal.
90s.
I didn't say it was on a federal level.
So let's just make sure we're on the same page, so we're actually arguing over something that we're arguing about. So federally, we have less gun restrictions in the last 3 decades in many ways because the assault weapons ban was allowed to expire. However, there are many different restrictions that are placed at the state level and sometimes even at the city level. Like DC is not a city and a state, but you know what I'm talking about. And if you look at those restrictions over the past however many years, couple of decades, as we've done on the show before, it shows a much clearer picture than what we're talking about now, just talking about the assault weapons ban and just looking at gun homicides and violent crime.
Yeah, so that's, I don't know, that's what you're saying. So I was saying, when I said that gun laws in the US have become less restrictive and more permissive since 1990, I'm talking about overall states, not just on a federal level, but
well, show me where you're getting that, because I'm not seeing that. We've looked at things before and I've never seen those sort of, I mean, if anything, we're having polarization. So we're having one end and the other ends, but I've not seen that liberal states are giving up the battle on gun rights.
Giving up the battle on gun rights.
I'll try to find the stuff we've looked at previously. And then is that Reggie? Do you have something to say? Do you want to throw in while we're trying to find this?
Yeah, I just have a question. Probably don't know the answer to it. Neither do I. That's why I'm asking. Is so the federal assault weapons ban that ended in 2004? Has anybody given any kind of reason why it hasn't been renewed since? Because
There's
if it
not
was
enough
just
political capital.
there's not enough capital.
There's not enough political capital to do that. They specifically made it so it could expire, and then they did not have enough capital to re-implement it. It was not popular enough.
Well, I'm saying because like when you say it's not popular enough, I'm assuming the bill was first introduced by the Democratic Party, and from even after its expiration from 2007 to 2010, both the House and Senate were controlled by the Democratic Party. So why not re-implement?
Let me expand on this more. The Democrats were less willing to do it than they were previously. Not that they couldn't, just like the Democrats often could do a lot of things, and that's why I'm always upset with the Democrats. They were less willing. They had less political capital to do it. They did not want to do it again, even though some did. As a party, they chose not to pursue it.
Okay, because when like I guess it's just the words for me, because when you say they don't want to do it, it has nothing to do with it to me than anything else other than they just didn't feel like it. But like again, to me, that's just the words in my head.
Just like Roe v. Wade, the Democrats supported a federal mandate that abortion access up to a certain amount of weeks was protected, and Obama had mentioned codifying that into law, and Biden had mentioned codifying that into law. They just never did. And now it's too late. Now it's a much more difficult process.
Yeah. That's basically all I wanted to ask.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not
Yeah.
they're not into it like they were when it was passed, but they're not against it. They just it's something that's less of a priority, because once again, is it Gabrielle Giffords? Is that her name? She was a senator, because her husband now is a senator. He's an astronaut from Arizona. She was shot in the face during a campaign event, and I think one of her staffers was killed. The last time I saw her speak in a video, she still has like kind of a slur. So she like is dealing with this for the rest of her life. She was shot in the face. And she has come out saying, I'm not trying to take your guns. That's why there's not another assault weapons ban from the Democrats.
Well, I have to say you are correct about your assertion that in states with more relaxed gun laws, there are higher per capita gun violence.
Yep. Like I was saying before, so if you look at it federally, you get one story, but if you look state to state, which I think makes more sense, you get another one. So I'm looking at ChatGPT right now. Yes, states that have more gun restrictions tend to have lower rates of both gun homicides and gun suicides, although the relationship is complex and influenced by blah, 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 blah. So we can go into this, or we can just stick with that. But there's countless examples, and generally it's a very solid trend. It's not every state on either side, but this is what I think matters the most, because we have states that have gone in different directions, and they've continued to go in different directions, even though we've had data that has shown whether or not that has been effective or not. And it's not just gun homicides, but it's gun suicides, which unfortunately in the United States, more than half of gun deaths generally each year are from suicides. And so having less guns and more restrictions on guns mean you're also less likely to kill yourself with a gun. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Yeah. The nothing. No, that's I mean that's a reasonable point. I have to admit, you have a reasonable point. I'm still, of course, going to be on the side of looser gun controls for reasons of personal self-defense and civil self-defense against tyranny and or
But do
invasion.
you think the states that have less gun homicides and less gun suicides prevent you from having the home defense or personal defense that you're looking for? And you're never going to overthrow the government, so I don't even think that should be a qualifier.
No. It's not about overthrowing the government. It's about if the government becomes tyrannical, being able to put up an actual resistance to
With
that.
your semi-automatic AR-15s?
Yep.
Good luck with that.
Even your handguns.
Good luck with that.
Well, we talked about this last time too, and I said I really think you're underestimating the role of small arms in wars. Ukraine, and I pointed to the example of Ukraine, who's currently begging for small arms donations from other
Yeah, but
countries.
Ukraine's a military. So if the military doesn't go rogue, which is not part of the situation you just described, then if they actually want to crack down on people, the best case scenario they could hope for would be that you're just in a compound and you have enough guns, not guns that are going to be effective against military equipment, but enough guns that they just don't want to go in. They don't want to cause a scene. They're going to wait you out. And then you just kind of stay there. But if the military actually moves against you, all they need are some jets and you're done. All they need are some tanks and you're done.
It doesn't work that way. You can't control a populace by just strafing them with jets.
That's not a bad point. So I'm talking about individuals and groups of individuals, but if Americans all over the country with semi-automatic AR-15s rose up against the military, then yes, that is something that you could overthrow a tyrannical government, because the other option for the government is just to slaughter the population, which I don't think would happen in the US. But I don't see that happening. So you're right. If you could get millions of people across the country in groups to organize with AR-15s, then you don't have to fight the military. The military is sort of taken off the table. But in any other situation, good luck to you.
Yeah, you wouldn't. I mean, obviously, there's coups as well. There could be a coup d'état in the capital, and
good luck
that
to
could
you.
be pulled off with small arms as well. Not that I suggest that it's a good option. But
I like that. We're not saying that. We're not saying that.
Yeah, I don't agree with doing that. I mean, I suppose if somebody actually declared themselves dictator for life, I might start looking into how much I actually care about that in practical terms. But yeah, when you're fighting a military, which the Ukraine, as you point out, is a military, yes, okay, but they are fighting a military, and they want small arms to fight that military. It's part of the role. And if you had, like, say, for example, a civil war,
have you seen that Civil
small
War
arms
movie that came out in the last year?
Yeah, I couldn't watch the whole thing. I thought it was trash.
Yeah, I was disappointed with it for reasons I won't go into, because it's a recent enough movie. I don't want to spoil it for anybody. But if anyone is interested in anything we've been discussing for the past 5 minutes, check out, I think it's just called Civil War, because it goes into what happens when actual military units are fighting other military units. So the same technology, the same level of stuff that average people do not have. So it's more of a fair fight, because once again, if they come at you with military equipment, you're done. But there's also this third sort of contingent where, as the country is kind of falling apart because it's a civil war and the military is fighting itself, you have people that assert control over certain areas because they have good enough equipment. So not M16s, not M4s, but AR-15 sort of rifles that, once again, now with all the customization and everything, can sometimes just be good enough. And so I think it proves some of the points you're trying to make here, that small arms can be very effective when other people don't have anything, or they just have like pistols and shotguns. And large enough groups with enough of these small arms, semi-military level stuff, but not rockets and not airplanes and Apache helicopters and tanks, they can have quite a lot of power. And as long as the military is not actively engaged in murdering them all with their superior technology, they basically act like a military. So I agree with you. Maybe at times I could underestimate the role of these small arms, but once again, and I think we agree on this. I think that it's mostly as a deterrent, right? Like enough small arms together is kind of a victory.
It's a deterrent, but you got to remember that all war is essentially fought on deterrence. Why doesn't Russia throw everything they have at the Ukraine's front line? Well, because they would lose too much, because there's enough of a deterrent there at that position to discourage them from making that kind of a bold attack. So they pick their times, they pick their battles, they wait and they choose. I mean, it's always going to be the same situation.
And they don't want to use nukes because that would escalate things.
Right. I mean, they could potentially spark off a thermonuclear global war, which would just end the human species. I don't think they want to do that. I don't think that's in Putin's interests. I don't think he thinks it's in his interests. I think he's trying to get as much as he can with what he's got to work with. But either way, I mean, the point remains just that small arms have a role, and they will have a role. I mean, even drones, they're using drones over there and having unique, interesting, new innovative roles for drones in the war. And then you got anti-drone technology. So it's, little things.
Yeah.
Even hand-to-hand combat plays a role in war, Every little thing.
Now have reports that apparently a bunch of North Koreans got slaughtered because even though maybe they're technically trained and they're from an active military that's from one of the largest militaries in the world, when's the last time North Koreans saw combat? And then they go into a conflict where, unless you're just straight to the front, people have been developing these tactics that you're mentioning. People have been figuring out how to fight this war on both sides. And the North Koreans show up, and they apparently just had a really bad loss. And
I heard about that,
yeah.
but I don't know. It's still like in the rumor phase, and as far as I can tell, I haven't really.
I saw some actual reporting on it, but whatever. It's just a side note. It's not important.
Yeah, I mean, it's bizarre to me that they even got involved. But maybe they wanted a little practice.
Oh, that's really funny. Yeah, we got to get our troops up to snuff. Yeah. Okay, so this is valuable. So we have found that federally there's some conflicting information, and there have been some rises, but also there was COVID. But then if you go state to state, it does seem to be that more gun restrictions mean less gun deaths and gun suicides. So you were saying that you would probably go ahead and side with gun rights anyways. I forget if I got an answer to this, so I apologize. I'll just ask it again. The states that have the most gun restrictions, do you feel like you're not able to defend yourself? And was the answer that you're not able to have the tyranny defense? Is that where we were?
Well, I could tell you for sure, when I lived in a high gun control state, it was virtually impossible to get any kind of concealed carry permit. If you were going to carry a handgun, it was like it had to be unloaded, it had to be in your trunk, like it had to have a trigger lock on it while you were transporting it. Then you go to the gun range. That's the only place you can use it, there or in your home, because there's an intruder. And if you use it in your home because there's an intruder, boy, you better measure exactly how many feet away that person is, what kind of weapon they've got. And if they try to retreat and you shoot them, oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah. The opposite of stand your ground. So if someone's like turning to run and you shoot them and it just happens to be right when they turned, yeah. So does that mean in the state you used to live, you could not have a concealed carry? Did they just not have that?
They had concealed carry permits. This is New York State, let's just be clear. They had a concealed carry permit, but you had to have a reason. And the only two basic reasons that were ever acknowledged in the state were, A, you were frequently in the wilderness and you needed a firearm against bears.
That's awesome. That's awesome. But it has to be concealed against bears? I feel like that doesn't have to be concealed.
Actually, that's a really good. No, I guess it was probably just the handgun permit actually for that.
The bear can see your gun.
And then the other one was, no, I think it was that it was concealed because I don't know. I guess I don't think open carry is allowed at all. So it's either you're either a police officer and you can open carry, or you're not and you can't. But you can concealed carry if you have this concealed carry permit. And so this would be one of the reasons to get a concealed carry permit. And then also the other one is if you worked in a security industry, like for an armored truck company.
Oh yeah, because it's your job and you're not police, so you'd have to have. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Let me look. I'm looking this up for New York State. Obtaining a concealed carry permit. We share this over on Twitch and Rumble. Involves a comprehensive process. 21, residency, U.S. citizen or resident, not for felons. You must demonstrate good moral character. That's fun. 18-hour firearms safety training course, character references, disclosure of personal things like spouse, people who live there. You have to have an in-person interview, background check.
And then you jump through all those hoops and there's no guarantee. It's not a promise. It's not like do all these things and you have the right to carry.
Yeah.
It's do all these things and we may or may not grant you the right to carry. I think some of those laws changed actually in the last few years because there was some Supreme Court stuff that came down. So
yeah, and that's true.
I'm
Every once in a while, some state or some city will have a restriction, and the Supreme Court will be like, no. So that does happen.
Well, I think there was a really big one in the last, 5 years or so that it was like.
Frankie J wants to throw in, and he lives in New York State. Frankie, do you have something?
Yeah, I hope we dig into that a little further because I got many friends in New York State that have concealed carry permits, and I don't think there's one of them that got their concealed carry permit because they were in fear of walking into the woods with a bear. And secondly, none of them are in the security sector. They have concealed carry permits mostly for self-defense and protection of their homes. I've never heard of that in my life.
Many people with concealed carry permits in New York.
Frankie's a guy with a past.
Okay. Well, if you have a past, then I would say your past has something to do with security.
Oh, no. I think he just means he knows some guys. New York State requires applicants to have a specific need or proper cause. Before 2022, this might be it. New York required applicants to provide evidence of a specific need for self-defense. Okay, yeah. That distinguished them from the general public. This included documented threats against your safety. So maybe if you're like a domestic violence survivor, employment in a high-risk occupation. So you talked about armed security or cash transport. Residing or working in areas with high rates of violent crime. Unfortunately, nothing here about a bear. This standard often made it, that would have been really funny. This standard often made it challenging for ordinary citizens to obtain a concealed carry permit, as a generalized fear of crime or a desire for self-defense typically did not suffice. But then, hey, this is literally what we were talking about. In June 2022, the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruin struck down the proper cause requirements. The court ruled that requiring applicants to demonstrate a special need for self-defense violated the Second Amendment. You hear that, everybody? Yeah. So it invalidated the proper cause standard, and it required the state to adopt licensing procedures that treat carrying a firearm as a constitutional right. So in response to this decision, New York enacted new laws in July 2022. They enhanced training requirements. So now there's more training, more background checks, Oh, they added the good moral character requirement. And then there's sensitive locations. So even with concealed carry, can't go to schools, public parks, government buildings, public transportation. That's important. That's important. Or places of worship. But this is ongoing. This is currently subject to ongoing legal challenges. The sensitive locations clause. So as of now, you do not need to demonstrate a specific need. So that's why when I asked ChatGPT, hey, what about this specific need? It didn't mention it because it was shot down by the courts, but it was a real thing. So congratulations, Unwoke. You were absolutely right. It's exactly like you thought it was, just not anymore, which you also
Pretty
thought was
close.
probably
Yeah,
the
it's
case.
pretty close to what I thought it was. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that law going through based on the Supreme Court. And I remember New York's response to putting the safe zones in and all that stuff. And, you know,
Frankie, did you have something to add? I thought I saw your hand up.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add this, that all of these people that I know have their concealed carry, they're all from the suburbs, and there's no woods near the suburbs where I was. And I mean, we would go out on motorcycle rides and they would conceal carry, but there were places they wouldn't take their guns. Obviously, they go through training and they know the places they're not allowed to conceal carry, like you said, places of worship or, courthouses, wherever.
Let me just
And
imagine. So Frankie J is on his hog. It's like, wow,
yeah,
that's a nice gun you got there. Yep, got my concealed carry permit. Oh my
well,
gosh, is that a synagogue? Oh, I got to go pay my respects. Okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna leave my gun out here, unloaded and unconcealed, because I cannot bring this into the temple. End scene. That was exactly what happened, Frankie. Exactly.
Yeah, well, they would all wear, their biker vest, and they always had concealed carry pockets inside the vest, so you could never tell who had or who didn't
Oh,
have a
those
gun.
big leather biker vests. Yeah, those things are huge. You definitely could keep a gun in there.
Yeah, and there were people that would carry two or whatever, one on their ankle, one in their vest, whatever. But it was just when he said bear, I'm like, well, that's really weird because I don't think a little handgun's
That
going
was
to do much.
funny. That was some other reference.
Well,
of
I
a-
know, but it's like
yeah.
I'm thinking if I'm in the woods, like what's a little handgun gonna do against a charging bear? Probably not too much. You need
Well,
like a
I got to
12
say,
gauge shotgun.
I've never faced a bear, but if I
I
had
haven't
a
either,
small
but I don't think
handgun,
a
I would
handgun's gonna
take
do
it.
shit.
I don't know what it would do, but I would take it.
It would be like a BB gun, man.
How did you shoot the bear in the
No,
eye?
I wasn't trying to be rude. I just sound rude because I don't feel good. I had a long night. But when he said because of a bear, I'm like, what the? He lives in New York. Like, what New York does he live in?
We all had a good laugh about
Like,
the
I
bear. The concealed
Well, I
permit
don't-
for the bear. Yeah, that was a good one.
I haven't lived in New York in over 10 years. However, I've seen more bears in New York than I've seen in the state I currently live in.
Are those like black bears? Do they have grizzlies in New York? Because the grizzlies are the ones that you have to play
no,
dead.
they're all black bears.
No, it's all
Okay.
black bears in New York.
I live in the Adirondacks now, and there's black bears all over the place and moose. But
Well,
people
Frankie, you got
around
to
here
get
own
yourself. Oh no,
shotguns.
you told me you couldn't. Yeah, I was gonna say you got to get yourself a concealed permit so those bears don't know that you have the gun.
Yeah, I know. I could try to get a concealed permit, but I would have to petition the court to allow me to legally possess one, based on my past. But I don't really, I have what I need. As far as firearms, I have what I need. But
That's awesome.
it's
awesome.
well, yeah. I mean, and I hope I never have to use it. It's stored, it's locked, it's safe. And I hope I never have to use it. I don't ever anticipate having to use it, but if I ever have to, I got it, and God bless the souls of the people that have to go against it because it would suck for them. But no, I just I started laughing when he said that part of it is you have about the bears and security sector. I'm like, man, I know a lot of people that have concealed guns, and not one of them has it because of fear of a bear or they're in the security environment. They have it just because they have the right to bear arms. So, they went through the process, got the permit, went and bought a gun, and they carry it when they can. So, I mean, that's just my experience, and I have a lot of experience with people that carry guns.
Sounds like it. Yeah. So, Unwoke, when you said you left New York State, was that I assume not, because there's a lot that goes into moving to a different state, but did that have anything to do with the gun rules there at the time?
No, that wasn't my primary reason for going at all. However, the state I selected, one of the reasons I selected it was for its gun laws.
Yeah, that's true. If you're gonna leave and you have some leeway, then might as well pick a place that you feel more at home in. Okay, so I'm happy to keep going if we have conversation to keep going. We've just I think we've gone more than 4.5 hours. We've been talking mostly about school shootings, but we even got into a little NFL discussion at some point, and now we're talking more about just kind of guns and violent crime, and even talked about Ukraine and Russia for a hot second there. Is there anything anyone else has that they want to throw out, either related to any topics that we've discussed or anything connected to guns and gun rights in general? I think that would make the most sense before we go. And then, Apostate Nate, in honor of your request, I will play all of the stereo messages before we go. There are some ones over there that might be useful. There's a bunch of ones that I saw that are not, but they're still not them shouting the N word or something. So we can do that at the end of the show. But for everybody that's with us right now, yes, Apostate
Useful
Nate.
useful is a really elastic term when you want it to be. Okay.
That's what I mean. Useful can also just be, I mean, how useful. Once again, I don't mean to beat anyone with this, but it is really funny. Like, how useful is a concealed gun when you're fighting a bear? It might be very useful. I actually feel like there's some sort of SNL skit built into this. So, in honor of the concealed gun that we need to fight bears, we will play the stereo messages at the end of the show. But I am absolutely honestly asking anybody: is there anything right now? We also could just do final thoughts. So for anybody who's joining us right now, is there anything anyone would like to say before I guess I just wrap up the show? There were more videos that I had prepared, but we got a lot of information about the shooting. I guess we'll do this. We'll do this, and then after that we can go around and do final thoughts. There's a timeline of the shooting that I wanted to play, because it talks about what I think was apparently a very reasonable, fast acting, appropriate timeline, as opposed to the travesty that we saw in Texas, where the people didn't go in for more than an hour and they were just standing in the hallway, as opposed to Parkland, where they had a school resource officer who ran in the opposite direction. He was taken to court and then he won somehow. Jesus Christ. So I will play this video over on YouTube that once again talks about that timeline. And then after that, we'll do final thoughts. It has been a very long show. We're almost up to 5 hours. It's been really great having everybody, people who've been here the entire time, people who have come halfway through, and people who have come in and out, and people who've come a little bit later at the end of the show. Much, much appreciated. I love having these conversations. I don't love having to report that there's been another school shooting, but if there is going to be a school shooting, which we know there will be more constantly in the United States, let's at least talk about them, talk about how we feel about them, how it makes us feel, what we think the pathway is moving forward. And once again, everyone's welcome on the show, even though I make fun of certain people like Sports Rumble, who leaves me some unreasonable messages. I always try to play one that is reasonable. So I always want to hear from you, people who request to speak over on Twitter Spaces. I always want to hear from you, but I put a lot of time and effort into the show, and when people want to reward me for that time and effort, it feels great. So if you want to have a stronger voice, if you want to be a constant co-host who mostly can throw in as much as you'd like, please consider supporting the show at patreon.com/NEWZ debate. That's patreon.com/Newz debate. Be like Apostate Nate, Frankie J, Better Vibes, Lola, Shannon, Mojo, Sneaky Elbow, Ron, who joined us previously today, Natasha, Nick, MC Funk, Bjorn, who joined us on stereo earlier today, Glenn, who joined us on Twitter Spaces earlier today, and Patricia, who has been with us the entire show. So let's jump over and hear from YouTube, and then we'll do final thoughts. It's Newz Debates.
At 10:57 a.m., a second grade student called 911 to report a shooting had occurred at school.
Got a call coming in at Abundant Life Christian Church, 4901 for Engine 5 and Medic 5 for a shooter. Just advising someone was shot. Okay, I'm hearing multiple things, possibly one deceased, maybe 6 people injured, at least 2 shot. I've got 2 medics and Engine 5 assigned. Tell me where should I get?
Copy. Let's make this an active shooter incident. We'll take this up on orange.
Officers were dispatched to the school at 10:57. A deputy with the Dane County Sheriff's Office was the first officer to arrive on the scene at 11 a.m. 24 seconds later, the first Madison police officer arrived on the scene at 11:01 and immediately entered the school. At 11:05, officers inside the school alerted people that the shooter was down and that a gun had been recovered. The Madison Fire Department was dispatched to the scene at the same time. They arrived at 11:05 and began linking up with officers who were also inside, and they were instrumental with providing aid to victims who were suffering from gunshot wounds, potentially saving lives. The first public notice about the shooting was posted on the Madison Police Department Incident Report website at 11:13 a.m. Officers began clearing the school building at 11:14, and bomb dogs started to clear the facility at 11:23 a.m. The Madison Fire Department began transporting patients at 11:26. 3 people, including the shooter, are dead. The shooter has now been identified as 15-year-old Natalie Rupnow, who went by the name Samantha. She was a student at the school, and evidence suggests she died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
So I think that's quite remarkable, but I don't think it happened in a vacuum. The only reason we get that sort of information is because we have not gotten that kind of transparency previously. And when we've eventually gotten a full record of what happened, we have been very, very disappointed and angry at many different times. So I'm not going to say this was a perfect response. I'm sure there's always something they could do, but I've yet to see any sort of major pushback or any pushback really from community members. It seems like they got things together. They even had this up on their website very quickly. This seems to be like, okay, they did about as good of a job as they could have done. Now, I will add to that the shooting, I believe they probably had a pretty good idea that the shooting had ended by the time they got there, from what I understand. Maybe they didn't have a clear idea of that, but it was not like there's a 25-year-old guy running around shooting people and reloading. I don't think they had that sort of indication. They had the opposite, that maybe it had even been short and ended. So maybe they handled it a little bit differently. That's just me guesswork right there. But at the same time, this was the situation they received. So maybe we should judge it just based on that situation rather than another situation. So the most we can say is that they handled this specific situation, I think, very well. But if it had been a different kind of situation, maybe we would be saying something else. I just looked over on stereo and I did not realize, in addition to all the messages we're going to play at the end of the show, we have some new messages. So let me jump over here. I'm going to play a message from Mel and Noise. Mel, thanks for the message. Let's hear what you have to say.
So I don't know what to do about a culture problem. And guns are my first thought is, why can a teenager go somewhere and buy a gun that can spray a bunch of people with bullets in the first place? But then when you talk to people about their guns, they really see it as symbolic. They really think of it as like a gun is synonymous with freedom. You know, I saw a bumper sticker on a car with a gun. It said, "Come and take it." Like, what is that, right? When you have that bumper sticker on your car, I can't even talk to you anymore because you're so like, I don't want the government telling me what to do. The conversation is not even about guns anymore. It is just this like, it's part of their identity and it's weird. And I don't know how we get out of that. I'm running out of time. Bye.
Thank you for the comment, Mel. I completely agree with you. There are many times on the show on this topic, but other topics where I just say, okay, we're not going to agree. Let's just move on. And sometimes people will be very upset. I just had to ban someone from the show not too many days ago because we were talking about abortion and they were just too over the top. I tried to offer them an olive branch and say, okay, we can keep talking, but we can't talk about this. We just need to move on and forget that. And they wouldn't do it. So we just had to, well, I made the executive choice to kick them the hell off the show. But I really appreciate people like the Unwoke and Reggie and other people that I disagree with on guns. Sometimes it depends on the person. But then when we talk about what's reasonable gun ownership in the United States, they do not include tanks and rocket launchers and helicopters because some people do. And it's like the person with that bumper sticker that you were talking about. It's a picture of a gun. It's like, come get it. It is past facts. It is past debate. It is a religion. And since religion is based on faith, their belief in guns and the importance of guns are also based on faith, and you're not going to shake that faith. So I think it's a great victory when I meet people who are reasonable and clearly intelligent. And when I ask them, what is too much for you? Their answer is reasonable and intelligent. Even if I disagree with the perspective they hold, I understand it. And I certainly understand it for being an American, because in our country, it's different than almost everywhere else in the developed world. On top of that, you have people who, once again, I'm looking at Reggie and I'm looking at the Unwoke, when they're just the ones on my brain right now. It's not like the only people I've ever met on this show who can have these conversations. But when we find things that either I already know or even we discover it in our search of knowledge on this show, that's one of the things I really am proud about with News Debate, is that we based most of our show on legitimate news reports and data. So like what just happened a moment ago, the Unwoke's not with us anymore, but we had this discussion. We were looking at the previous federal firearms act that was 10 years, and it was like 1994 to 2004, something like that, and it expired. And then, well, okay, you had an increase in violent crime and all this other stuff, but then you also had COVID, so it kind of throws it off. But it wasn't really easy to kind of read. So I said, okay, well, let's look at states. If you look at states which have different gun laws, it's very clear that the ones that have the most gun restrictions have the least deaths by gun, both homicides and suicides. And the Unwoke, okay, didn't want to take my word for it, nicely was looking it up on his own. And it took a little bit of time. And he was like, oh, okay, Lee, you're right. It didn't necessarily change his opinion. He did not say, well, in this case, I'm for more gun restrictions. He said, I'm probably still going to be for more gun rights, because that's a faith. That's the way he's built. That's the way he operates. I get that. I am in a different situation. But the fact that there's not a fight there, once he saw the data and was like, oh, that's a thing. Okay. He didn't negate it. He didn't say it's not real. He didn't say it's not important. He said, I still think that gun rights are important. And he gave a qualified response. He said, because of this and because of this. I didn't necessarily believe everything he told me, but once again, it was reasonable from his perspective, from an American perspective, and it made sense to me. That's the best you can get when you're talking about abortion, when you're talking about guns, when you're talking about religion, when you're talking about so many things. You're not necessarily going to change someone's mind, but you'll give them some food for thought, and they're not necessarily going to change your mind, but they'll give you some food for thought, and maybe you can meet in the middle. And especially in a place like the United States, you can say, well, he used to live in New York State. He didn't like the gun restrictions. He didn't choose to leave that state because of the gun restrictions. But when he did leave, oh boy, he chose to go to a state that was more friendly to guns. For all the problems that our states' rights offer us, they do offer some opportunities for choice. And I got to say, sometimes that's a pretty compelling reason to keep having this states' rights in the United States. So thank you so much for that comment. Really appreciate that. Let's jump back over to stereo and hear from Noise.
Say this: a 357 can definitely take a bear out. Yeah, but yeah, you want something around that size, maybe even a Desert Eagle. You want something of a bigger caliber. So yeah, definitely like a 38 or a Glock 19 or a Springfield XD won't, but something like a 357 or a Desert Eagle, anything of a larger caliber can definitely take a bear out. So to piggyback off of what Mel said about how people use firearms as their symbol for freedom and all this, yeah, I will say that those people are a little bit too. You do definitely have the fanatics, the ones who take it way too far, and those are the ones that make gun owners like myself look bad, and I will agree with that. It's the attitudes that people take. There's some people that are so anti-gun that it'll force the other side that are pro-gun to go extreme, and it's just this whole me versus you, I'm right, you're wrong mentality that people keep on taking. And I think on both sides need to find more of a common ground. And both sides need to take a little bit of accountability.
Yeah, well said. And I'm glad I now know what kind of gun to have to kill a bear. A bear. I knew a Desert Eagle. That's probably a good option. That's that huge gun, right? You could just hit someone. Maybe you could even just hit a bear with a Desert Eagle and take it out if you hit it in the right spot. But yeah, accountability. That's something we did a recent show on abortion. You can check that out on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate, on rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. You can also just listen to I forget, I leave my Twitter spaces up now, so you can just listen to the audio version on twitter.com/NEWZ debate. Also, anybody over on stereo, if you want to call in on Twitter, you can just go to twitter.com/NEWZ debate and join the space. But we were talking about abortion, and as a liberal person, as someone who's for the right for a woman to choose and to have access to family planning and abortion services, I define it as healthcare. I think it's important. Something Democrats are usually unwilling to talk about is, well, wasn't there some bad choices made to get pregnant in the first place if you weren't sure that you didn't want to have that? So some accountability. And that's something Republicans have often talked about on the show. Conservative people often talk about that. And I always tell them, yeah, you're not wrong. I don't know that it changes my mind, but you're not wrong. And so to have accountability on both sides, I think is very important. And you can kind of, push accountability aside. You can, as I was saying during the abortion show, if you're drunk and you slam into a building, it's not like they don't take you to the hospital. So you can be accountable for your actions, but we still help you. So someone could have not planned well and been completely to blame for the pregnancy, but we still, help them. We still offer them health care. So it doesn't necessarily change the situation, but boy, is it so nice to see that accountability from both sides. So I agree with you. Okay, let's do this for the last time. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. I'm going to play the remainder of the stereo messages right here at the end of the show. But before we go away, does anyone want to have a final thought? We have Patrice, we have Apostate Nate, we have Reggie, Jay, and Martha. Any final thoughts? Otherwise, we'll just end the show. We've been going 5 hours now. Looks like we lost Frankie J, who was with us. He is not feeling good today. So the fact that he lasted as long as he did, that was a well-fought battle, Frankie. All right, well, let's read the room. So really appreciate having everybody with us. I'm going to play all of the messages over on stereo. Apostate Nate, you asked for it, and you shall receive. Once again, this is News Debate. I am Lee. Go to bit.ly/NEWZ debate. That's bit.ly/news debate for all my links, which includes my Patreon, my Discord server, all these other things that I do, my links to my video simulcasts. Love having you guys be part of the show. I always post on twitter.com/NEWZ debate a day before I go live, usually, if not 2 days. And I also post that on my Discord server. And if you like the show, support me over on Patreon. Big thanks, everybody. Here come all those stereo messages. Take care. Until next time. Bye-bye.
So, in other words, because of their seriousness, the seriousness in the sense of discipline, that's what I mean by serious. The discipline they're committed to make sure they know what they're doing, make sure they're in good state. If they are eligible for it, it's so many things they have to go through the list. It's not a what's it called? It's not based on feelings. You won't get it based on feelings or to protect myself. So in other words, a country like Switzerland that has what, a quarter of United States population, and Germany also has like less than 100 million in population. Those two countries alone were able to beat average America with guns because they're more disciplined. They have more knowledge. They're smarter.
Lee, that's because being against gun ownership would be being against the Constitution. So, what are we even talking about? You can create any law you want. You can't create anything that changes the Second Amendment. And the Second Amendment basically tells you there is nothing other than a God-given right to gun ownership.
Okay, I'll play along. I do agree. What you said about having police officers in the schools. Instead of sending $100 billion to Ukraine and however many billions of dollars to Israel, we could have used that money to fund every school to have a police officer in this country, at least one, if not a couple. So why don't we do that? Why give these other countries money when we need that money for the safety of our kids? That's something that could be talked about. Let me think here for a second. I'll be back with you.
Lee, constitutionally, you can't get rid of handguns. I don't know why you're this dumb on this issue. The Second Amendment is very clear. The right to bear arms. That's it. There is nothing that can subvert it.
Well, here's another thing. I agree with you also on the whole psychiatric evaluation. I don't know if you've ever bought a firearm, but there is background checks, or at least here in Texas anyways. And there are questions about your mental health on these applications. You have to be truthful about it, or you could get in the same kind of trouble that Hunter Biden did for lying on these federal applications. But with that in mind, and I know you've heard this a million times, but guns don't kill people. People kill people. So maybe there should be more talk about these psych evaluations.
You can't even force somebody to take a psych eval You can't even force somebody to technically have a license to own. You just have the right to own, period, based on the Second Amendment. People don't understand this. I don't know why we keep having this conversation and why people are so dumb and dense.
That's something that's already been implemented here in Texas. It's completely voluntary. If a teacher wants to be able to carry a firearm on campus, they will be trained on proper techniques, proper handling. You know, all the important training uh, to be able to carry these guns safely in schools. That's already a thing here, and a lot of these school districts also put up big signs in front of the school saying that there's instructors that are armed, so they know if they try to come in here with the firearm, they're going to be met with some resistance, anyways.
Lee, you forget just because we have something doesn't mean it's constitutional. You can have a law that's not constitutional that stands for decades, but it can still be unconstitutional. I don't know what part of this you don't get. It is unconstitutional to subvert the Second Amendment, and you cannot subvert the Second Amendment. This is just reality that nobody, including your Democratic Party, wants to admit to. So get off your soapbox about how we've had these laws and realize they're all unconstitutional because they all go against the Second Amendment. Lee, that's patently false. Because the south side of Chicago is where more gun deaths happen than the whole state of Florida. Like, Lee, you don't know what you're talking about. You're in over your head. You really are. Lee, the state of New York just lost their gun rights law case to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court called it unconstitutional and told them to go back to the drawing board. It's probably going to happen within Chicago, within Illinois as well, because of how strict their laws are. So, back to the drawing board.
I'll say this: I'm someone who's a little bit more of the middle of the road, and especially when it comes to something like abortion. But with that being said, I am 100% pro-choice because there are definitely people on this planet who should not be having children and should not be parents. So yeah, for the betterment of evolution and humanity, yeah, I'm 100% pro-choice.